Good morning. In accordance, a little better. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on as a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and now is home to many diverse First Nations and Métis peoples. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted on a hybrid basis, virtual and in person. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person. Others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform that the city uses. The meetings are also streamed on the City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance to do so will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask you also mute your devices until it's time for you to speak. Those participating by video will temporarily be upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually will need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the TLAB or in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such as defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The procedure is I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent and applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you are reaching close to your 5 minutes. There will be a timer up on the screen. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and all those are entitled to notice of application are informed of those changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee by a decision. Before hearing the first item, I do not believe we have any minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Lamb?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no minutes to approve at this sitting. Thank you.
Okay. So then I will now ask if there are any declarations of interest in the morning session for items in the time slots.
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict in the afternoon agenda.
In the afternoon?
In the afternoon.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Casson. Okay. Staff, do we have any deferral requests for the morning session?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not.
Are there any files that need to be closed?
There are no files to be closed at this time.
Okay, so then we can move to the first item. I should probably just add one brief note. I've recently just started a new medication that may require me to excuse myself briefly more frequently than would be normal and usual, and I apologize if that happens in advance for any inconvenience. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is 396 Courtleigh. Let me just get to the page. So I show one speaker here, the applicant or the agent, Mehdi Hassani, who says is appearing on video. Staff?
Good morning.
Go ahead. I'll get you to identify yourself, name and address.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mehdi Hosseini. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner of this property. And my address is 201 Steeles Avenue East, Toronto, Ontario, M2 M3Y6.
Okay, go ahead. You have your 5 minutes.
All right, I'm here today to request a consent and related to minor variances for this property. This property already has a permit for a semi-detached, as one semi-detached being built already under construction, and the owners, they would like to get a severance for this two semi-detached to be separated from each other, so later on they have the opportunity to sell them separate and having two different occupants living in those houses. And the minor variances that we are asking here mostly related to the severance for the lot area and frontage. And I think everything is really clear, but if there is any questions from the member of the committee, I'm here to answer, and I would like to clear it up.
Okay, are you dealing with part 1 and part 2 separately?
I'm sorry?
Are you dealing with part 1 and part 2 together or separately?
Oh, we can deal with them together. Yes.
Okay. Okay, do we have any questions from the panel of the agent?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. There is a letter from Engineering and Construction Services with some comments. Perhaps the applicant just can speak to that.
So those general comments that we get, usually we have to comply with it, and we have to meet all those conditions, and we understand that. And this semi-detached has been approved and already under construction, so everything is in place with forestry and engineering. The only issue here is the consent that the owner looking to get for this two separate tasks.
Well, you saw, I'm assuming you saw the recommendation that the application be deferred?
For the engineering department?
Engineering.
Is that the recommendation from engineering
Engineering and
department?
Construction Services
Mr. Chair?
recommend there's a deferral.
Mr. Chair?
No, I haven't seen that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Might I suggest we stand this down and allow the applicant time to review the ECS memo, and we'll move on to the next one?
Okay. Mr. Hosseini, are you okay with that?
Yes, sure.
Okay, then we can move to item 2 and come back. We'll stand that down for now. Item 2, which is 3377 Bayview Avenue, the Tyndall property. And I have speakers listed here. Emma West. I will ask you to identify yourself by name and address.
Good morning. I'm Emma West, a registered professional planner and partner at Bousfields. My address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Go ahead.
So we are the planning consultants for Tyndale University, the owners of the site. We've reviewed the staff report and the comments from ECS and are in support of the recommended conditions. We've received the comments from the other departments, including urban forestry, heritage planning, ravine and natural feature protection, and TRCA, and find that either they have no comments or noted that they support the applications. I want to spend a little bit of time just explaining what this is. So there's a severance application and a minor variance application. The severance is to allow for a mortgage to be created for the severed part. It's not a discharge of mortgage. I know that's a common reason for a severance, but it is to create 2 parts. So the severed part is red on the screen. The retained is the yellow area. So creating and allowing for this severed part will allow for a mortgage to help with future development of the site, and I'll touch on that in a minute. These applications before you today are not to change anything on the site today. Tyndale University operates on the site, has parking areas, open space areas, and the severance and the minor variance application are not to change anything on the site today. I mentioned the future development. There are other applications that are underway, including an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application that was approved in principle earlier this year by the Ontario Land Tribunal. There's a plan of subdivision application that is under review at the city, and the severance would remain in place until that subdivision plan is registered. And once the zoning bylaw amendment is enacted, the variances are no longer required. The variances are triggered by the severance, and again, that severance is for financial purposes. So as you know, the site is 3377 Bayview. It's a large site of over 22 hectares in size. The university, as you can see on the image on the screen, is located in the central portion of the site. To create the 2 parts, we used the blocks in the plan of subdivision, again, so that this would all align in the future when the severance is no longer needed. And again, it's to allow for the mortgaging of that severed part. No development, no demolition, or site alteration is proposed through the requested severance. There are blanket easements proposed over the entirety of the two parts, the retained and the severed part, to continue operation of vehicle access, parking, water, wastewater, utilities, stormwater management, so that that all functions as it does today with those blanket easements. As I mentioned, the variances are triggered by the severance and the creation of the part that will be retained for the university. So there are 6 variances. 3 of them relate to setbacks. And again, that's related to where this part is drawn relative to the existing building. And again, that aligns with future parts that will be defined through the plan of subdivision, and where a new public road will be located. So where the part has been drawn is related to the future applications that will be approved. There is also a variance related to parking, and I just want to touch on that one very quickly to say that this committee approved the same variance for a reduction in the parking for Tyndale University in 2013 when they moved on to the site at that time. We were informed that we couldn't just carry that variance forward and therefore needed to include that again. There is also a variance for lot coverage for the retained part. That's required 30%, it's 34, and one for the landscape buffer, and again, that relates to the existing parking condition. So in conclusion, the requested severance meets the criteria for the division of land outlined in section 5124 of the Planning Act, and the requested variances meet the 4 tests outlined in section 45.1 of the Planning Act. Planning staff have noted their support, and so we request that the committee approve the severance and minor variance applications.
Do we have any questions from the panel? No? We have 2 more speakers listed here, both by video. I'll ask staff if they can be connected.
Mr. Chair, we're unable to reach either 34 Bowen Court or 63 Bowen Court. We've tried calling with no answer.
Okay, and did they submit anything?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they did not submit any material.
Okay. All right. So are we ready for a motion on this, if there's no questions?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chair. I will like to make a motion to approve the application.
With any conditions?
Just to confirm, I don't see any conditions from staff on file. Can you just confirm?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Through you, we can put them up to help the members. There is a staff report, a community planning staff report. There's an engineering report that both list conditions. If it helps, we can put it up on the screen, and if the member chooses, he may put the conditions stated as part of his motion.
Mr. Allison, did you want that?
Yeah, I would like to just include
Yep,
the
no problem. Just
conditions.
give our staff a second, and we can put the conditions up on the screen. So what you see there, I believe if you can just scroll up just to confirm, up, yep, up. That is a staff report from community planning. Also, we can put the additional reports up if you wish. There's a heritage one. There was one from engineering, if you'd like to see their recommendations before you finalize your motion. So we can put the engineering one up next. It's also in your package if you want to take a look.
It could just make it subject to the staff reports if you'd like to do it that way.
I would, yeah.
And then finally, we can put the heritage one up.
So I would like to make a motion to approve, subject to conditions noted in the staff reports.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay. Ms. Kassan seconds the motion. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Got to look over the top of monitors here. Don't see anyone opposed, so it is unanimously. Motion passes unanimously. So that means we can now move on to item 3, which is 18 GILGORM. And the first speaker we have listed is Michael Goldberg.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Michael Goldberg. I'm the planning consultant representing the owners. My address is 2098 Avenue Road, Toronto, M5M4A8.
Okay. Start the timer and you can go.
Okay, I did put, there is a site plan that we have recently filed. This variance only, if that could be put up on the screen, that would be appreciated. The more recent site plan. I think that's it right there. Thank you so much. So we filed the application as a means to remedy the deficiency in the backyard for the soft landscaping. You could see there's some additional, we provided in the original application 32.14%. We engaged with community planning staff, and the community planning staff had expressed to us that they would like us to make a revision to the rear yard by adding more soft landscaping to get closer to the bylaw requirement. They indicated that they would be satisfied if we were able to achieve 40%. So what we've done is we've, at the east side or the right side of the pool, and on top of some interlocking patio areas, we've shown some additional garden beds. So along the entire south lot line, encompassing the pool and for most of the backyard, there is soft landscaping next to the fence line. And then similarly, that exists along the north lot line, so that can potentially capture some infiltration that could be potentially draining. This is a neighborhood in generally that is sloping from north to south, and there may be some water transfer from one property to the other, but we've done what we can do to address that in the context of this application. I'm not sure, you do have a planning department memorandum or staff report, which is supportive of the application. I understand that there is a letter of concern or objection from the owners to the south about water. I can't tell you, I don't think anybody can definitively tell you that the water issues that they're having on their property are attributable to the water coming off of this property. They too have a deck and pool in their backyard, and it's of a similar nature of what we have before us on this property. So I think it really is something that they really need to resolve on their own. And in the context of this application, adjacent to the south lot line, I think we've done what we can do. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I do believe that coming this much closer to what the bylaw requires satisfies the 4 tests of Section 45(1) of the Planning Act.
Okay, I've just been informed that one of the members has a conflict that just became apparent.
Yeah, so I'm going to recuse myself from the decision on this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the member needs to state the reason.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to state your reason for the conflict.
I noticed in one of the communications, I know one of the people, so that's the reason. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the member should step out.
We'll get you to leave the room. So, Mr. Goldberg, what changes are you making? Are they the ones that were in the staff report? Which variances are we talking about?
Well, there's only one variance before you, and where it says under the original application, the proposed rear yard soft landscaping area is 32.14%. We would change that number to 40.03%.
40.13?
03.
Okay. All right.
And we've read the recommendation, sir. Members of committee, we've read the recommendations from the staff report, and we are supportive of those recommendations.
So you wouldn't have a problem if we tie it to the conditions in the staff report?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Is there any speakers in opposition here today?
We have one more speaker.
Okay.
Well, I want to know if we have any questions of the current speaker. And then I'm going to go to the other speaker who's listed, Jordan Applebaum.
Jordan Applebaum. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I'll get you to state your name and address, please.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Applebaum. I'm here with my wife, Sarah Applebaum. We're the owners of 16 Gilgorm Road, Toronto, Ontario, postal code M5N2M5. We are the direct neighbors to 18 Gilgorm Road to the south. Regarding the requested variance submitted for 18 Gilgorm Road, we understand that there is a requirement of 50% of the rear yard for soft landscaping. We adamantly object to 18 Gilgorm Road's variance request. Specifically, the original request was submitted for a variance to be 32.14% compliant. And then recently there was a submission for this to be adjusted to 40.03%, which is still dramatically lower than the City of Toronto's documented bylaw requirement of 50%. We are the direct adjacent neighbors to the south of Gilgorm Road. Due to the gradation of the land, the property is lower than theirs, which results in water runoff flowing towards our property with any precipitation that falls. We constantly witness our homes suffering, working overtime, and can barely keep up with the water output on rainy days trying to clear water from our home's foundation. We have been consulted by contractors that this will cause problems and potential future water damage to our home, as it was not intended to have to deal with so much rainwater and water runoff. The hardscaping of 18 Gilgorm Road rear yard is right up to our property line, causing water to flow like a waterfall during heavy rainfalls. The water from their yard does not appear to have any place to go, but directly onto our property, as they do not have adherence to the 18-inch softscaping to the property line around their entire backyard. As a result, our plants on our side, which we submitted the image, on the same side as 18 Gilgorm Road, which we recently planted, have all died due to excess water flowing, which again, we have confirmed via landscaping company. Our landscaping and ground on the same side shared with 18 Gilgorm Road has also began to slant, as you can see. This is very visible to the naked eye and could also cause injury to someone entering our yard from that side should it continue to shift on top of the risk of our home's foundation because of water damage. On occasion, we have also noted from our upstairs window that 18 Gilgorm's pool is close to overflowing during heavy storms, and we have had to alert them to this issue so they could take swift action to alert them of this because of excess water damage, which of course, as their direct neighbors, we would potentially experience overflow. I know the prior speaker made notation to us having a swimming pool in our yard as well, but our yard has full adherence to the softscaping for protection of the yard. We do not agree to allowing the variation to 40.03%, and we kindly request that the 50% City of Toronto bylaw be adhered to, as it directly impacts our home and the home of others neighbors directly next and behind 18 Gilgorm Road with water issues, as they are direct neighbors. Have the owners of 18 Gilgorm Road properly submitted construction plans for permits to the City of Toronto for their backyard, they could have avoided all of these mistakes prior to sticking the first shovel in the ground. This should not be the problem of their neighbors around them to make up for their error. We also understand there was a document mass distributed to mailboxes at every home on our street. This templated letter indicates that 18 Gilgorm Road is subject to a minor variance to be considered, and that the neighbor who received it would like to advise the committee that they have no objections to the variation. The letter also has a line below for the neighbors to sign and put their name and a date. I have personally spoken with some of my neighbors who actually signed this letter. After explaining the full context of the variance and showing images of the damage to my backyard, they have commented to me that they wish they had never signed the document, as they were not fully aware of the story behind the context of the variance request. The premise behind the City of Toronto's bylaws was to maintain integrity to water flow and to protect neighboring homes. Neighbors down the street or across the street who have not been given full visibility into the direct effect or damage of the required work and reason for variation have no impact on the variance, which is why I wanted to ensure I had an opportunity to properly explain the directly related impact on my home is experiencing. I thank you all, committee members, for your time and for hearing me out.
Have any questions of Mr. Applebaum? Mr. Applebaum, if I understand what you're saying is you would the only way you would not object is if the variants were met, not modified?
Correct. I feel applying, adhering to city bylaws is extremely important for the integrity of the neighborhood. Our pool is, we went through the whole construction process. We had every permit adhered to. Our pool is on the opposite side, so there is no relation to this specific issue. So all permits and bylaws were adhered to at our property. And we feel that the water runoff that we have witnessed, we have seen, and you can see by the sloping grade of our property, which, sir, we actually just finished the construction of our backyard, and this is a direct impact of it. So yes, we are asking for the variance to actually be 50%, not 40.
Do we have any questions before we give the applicant an opportunity to rebut?
Is there a particular section of the hardscape area which is causing an issue, or we're just speaking generally because it's, it's falling short of the 50% landscaping requirement? Is there a particular section of the site is my question? Because if I look at the site plan, I noticed that there's a considerable amount of soft landscaping that is positioned along the south property line. So I guess the question is whether it's just applying generally to the whole site, or there's a particular area of hardscaping that is of concern to the immediate neighbor.
Well, the general topic of hardscaping and city adherence is 50%, specifically as it pertains to, I guess, my property. You can see with the amended plans that they had where the new green space was, from where the pool is right up to the front, and which is why I showed an image of from my side of the front right there also. So right up to the front, right back where the pool is, there's water complete runoff, and that's where you see where my property grades down. So right there at the bottom there in front of the pool where it says new planting bed, 10.04 meters, you could still see in front of it there is no adherence to any softscaping by the property line right up to where it says the gate, and it's directly right across the whole property line. So while I appreciate there's going to be 10.04% for some absorption, there's still going to be a dramatic runoff of water directly because the street actually goes downhill. And I've actually spoken with our direct neighbor, which isn't related to here, and they also have damage on their side because of the grading when their pool was done. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, or do you?
It does, yes, thank you.
Okay. So do we have any other questions? So are we ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, do I have an opportunity to respond?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It's Michael Goldberg again. If I could ask the person controlling the screen to put the site plan on the screen once again, that would be helpful to my explanation. Thank you. So members of the committee, the one variance that is before you only relates to the rear yard. So in other words, from the rear building wall of the property westerly or to the left of the rear building wall. There is comments about the side yard. This variance does not relate at all to the side yard of the existing property. So you can see in the rear yard, the way the application has been updated to the 40.03%, the vast majority of the rear yard, in fact, has in excess of a meter wide of soft landscaping next to the south lot line. You can see the dimension of 1.12 meters adjacent to the pool or to the south of the pool for soft landscaping. I will indicate at the bottom of Mr. and Ms. Applebaum's letter, it says, we ask that the city ensure they adhere to the 18 inches to the property line rule for soft landscaping to protect our property from further water damage. I'm not sure what the 18-inch rule is, but what I can indicate is for all that area that's shown as green next to their lot line, it's well in excess of 18 inches. 18 inches is 0.45 of a meter, and we are in excess of a meter in all cases, and sometimes well in excess of that. He indicates we have 13 letters of signed support. I think it's, he indicates that he had conversations, and he indicates what people may have said after he spoke to him, but I don't believe you have any withdrawals of those letters. And I think on the strength of that, those letters that were signed by the neighbors must stand on their own merit. I think he at best is speculating what the 50% will do for his water. Quite frankly, more landscaping in this backyard could be added to another part of the backyard to meet the 50%, although that's not desirable to these applicants. And this variance wouldn't be required, and it wouldn't improve his circumstances at all. So I think what we've done, if we've met the general intent and purpose of this bylaw, I think that there are measures that can be taken to remedy his water issues. I think they are his issues, not these issues. I think it's speculative at best to say that they are the issues of this applicant. And I think it's speculative at best to tie the remedy of his water circumstances to this minor variance application. I think they're unrelated issues, and I think that the extent of soft landscaping now being provided in this proposal well meets the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. in providing soft landscaping in this backyard.
Okay, do we have any questions of Mr. Goldberg? Okay, so are we ready for a motion? Have no other questions? Okay,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion for approval in accordance with the conditions in the planning staff report, being that the variance number 1 be modified to indicate a minimum of 40.03% soft landscaping in the rear yard, and that the property be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing that was submitted and attached to the planning staff report. Excuse my voice. I think that this application is minor and is meeting the intent of the zoning bylaw.
do I have a seconder for Ms. Kazan's motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that. I think given the revisions that came forth, I'm inclined to support the application. I would also agree that, you know, we are dealing with a rear yard here, and we need to separate that from a side yard, looking at the side yard. And you know, generally speaking, I can see that the applicant made a good effort to find opportunities to change areas that are, you know, hardscaped to soft landscaping. I would say for the immediate neighbor, you know, if there are water issues, there are a whole separate other set of provisions in the building code that can address that. And if there are issues that the neighbors feel they would be able to address that with a building inspector. So I will I'll second that motion and move to support the application.
So can I have a vote then on that motion? All those in favor? Okay, so the motion is passed unanimously. And we will now move on to item 4, which is 200 KEEWATIN. And the speaker listed here is David Morse.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is David Morse, and I'm the planning consultant to 200 to 214 KEEWATIN Developments Limited. My address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, M5E 1M2.
Okay, you're one step
I
ahead.
prepared a
Giving your address. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I've prepared a very brief presentation that I can go over, but I just wanted to note that we've been working with planning staff since May of this year towards adding 6 additional tandem parking spaces within the parking garage of an approved building. And I've reviewed the reports prepared by planning staff and urban forestry, and I agree with the recommended conditions of approval. If you'd like me to go through a more detailed presentation to take you through how the minor revision to the parking garage would look, I'd be happy to do so, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Panel, do you want to have a presentation or not? Yes? Okay, so I see a nod, so yes, we should have a brief presentation then.
Okay, great. So the subject site was approved for the development of a 4-story apartment building with 36 dwelling units, and it included 35 parking spaces in March of 2019. Currently, the building is under construction on the site today. So as the result of demand from unit owners for additional parking, this minor variance application proposes 6 tandem parking spaces within the parking garage. As I've noted, we've been working with planning staff since May of this year to ensure that the location of the parking spaces was appropriate. And we've received confirmation that planning and urban forestry have no concerns with the proposal. If you could just turn to my covering letter on page 2, I just want to show you where those parking spaces are.
Page 2 of
Sorry.
the application?
Yes, please. Thank you. Here are the 6 parking spaces highlighted in green. They're just tandem with the existing parking spaces in the garage. They're located at the north end of the parking garage. So given that the parking garage is partially located above established grade, variance is required to extend the building depth to permit these parking spaces. If the parking spaces were located entirely below established grade, this variance wouldn't be required. So if you could just go to the next page, I'll show you where kind of the elevation, if you could zoom into diagram 2. So this shows where the tandem parking spaces are at the left side of the image. They are located partially below grade, but you would drive into the site at the front of the building, and then you would essentially stay on the same level and drive out into those tandem parking spaces at the back. As you can see, the tandem parking spaces would not be visible from the rear yard. There's no windows and there's no portion of the back wall that would extend into the requested building depth variance. But to ensure that the minor variances only allow for extension of the parking garage, we've asked that 2 additional variances be included to only allow the extension up to a height of 165.8 meters Canadian geodetic datum. And that's to ensure that the back of the building can't extend any further north. So effectively, the only extension that would be allowed would be in this parking garage. So there are no other variances with respect to gross floor area, height, or any other variances associated with the building. It just deals with the extension of these 6 tandem parking spaces. So based on this, it's my opinion that the requested minor variances both individually and cumulatively satisfy the 4 tests of Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. They meet the intent of the official plan, given that the apartment building is approved. They meet the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and would continue to facilitate the development of an approved apartment building with essentially the same building envelope. They're desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land, and that they'll accommodate additional parking demand and mitigate potential on-street parking pressures. And they're minor in nature in that they won't result in any impacts with respect to privacy and overlook. As well, I did want to note that Lee Consulting Group, the transportation consultants, have prepared a parking study to assess the 6 parking spaces, and they don't anticipate them to produce any additional traffic or impacts on the surrounding area. I just wanted to reiterate, I've reviewed the planning staff report and the urban forestry report. There are a few requested conditions of approval. I'm in support of all of the requested conditions of approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions from the panel? If not, then, sorry,
I just for clarification, forestry noted, perhaps the applicant can speak to the impact on trees, any potential impact to trees on the site?
do we have a forestry report?
Yes, there is a forestry report which identifies the first 3 conditions. It identifies a few of the different trees here. So as part of the ongoing site plan application on the site, we do have an application to injure or remove trees that we're working through. That's almost been completed, and as a result of these revisions to the underground garage, we don't anticipate any changes. However, the final determination will continue to be met by trees, urban forestry and tree protection services. So we agree with their condition requiring us to finalize the application to injure or remove trees.
Okay. Does that answer the?
It does, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So are we then ready for a motion? think we have a little technical issue here. Are you, did you lose your?
Yeah, my computer. But I can still ask a question, but I don't have the forestry report in front of me.
Can we get the forest report up on the screen then? While we try and solve this technical issue?
So my computer's out. I tried to plug it in, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Just plug it in. I think the battery. I just plugged it in, but
I think the forestry report talks about TPPR conditions. Okay, specifically, forestry may require one or more of the following TPPR conditions summarized. Here's the recommendation specifically. Requesting deferral. Items 4 and 5.
Mr. Chair, they're not requesting a deferral.
Sorry?
They're not requesting a deferral. If you go back to the checkbox, it's condition 1, if you so choose.
That's the submission of the application for injure or remove. You there now? Your mic? Is your mic on? So light. You can tell it's on with the light.
So my question, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may. So my understanding is that there are two recommendations at the bottom, and I just want clarification on the TPPR recommendations as outlined in paragraphs 4 and 5.
Just to clarify, I think those, that's a standard format, and they're only identifying condition number 1 on the attached form. Just to clarify.
Where's the, okay. 2 pages? Where do I go?
You'll see.
I couldn't get there because
There you.
it wasn't working before, but
There you go. You'll see TPPR conditions. Just number 1 is noted there.
Item 1, TTPR conditions, right?
okay, I understand now. I see, because I wasn't able to scroll to that page when my computer went down. I understand. I don't have any problem with this. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this before we go to a vote? Then I think we can entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward the motion for approval of this application with the condition that has been mentioned in the staff report, which is staff recommend the proposed building depth and rear yard setback be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing to attached report, also with the condition of the forestry report.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded? All those in favor? Okay. So we now move to item number 5, which is 318 Horsham. And I'm going to have to recuse myself on this one because I know the agent and I also live fairly close to 318. So we'll hand the virtual gavel over to Mr. Pacelli. Do you take the virtual gavel on this? Because I know both the agent and I live very close to where the application is.
Sure, I guess I can do that. Why not?
Okay. And I will.
Okay, so we have the item number 5 for the property address 318 Horsham Avenue. We have purpose of the application to construct a new detached dwelling, and the request of the variances. So do we have the applicants to speak for this application, please?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members, my name is Ida Evangelista. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 318 Horsham Avenue. Do you require a small presentation?
These panel members want to present it?
Yes,
please.
I would like, yes.
Okay, no problem. So what we're proposing here is a single-family dwelling, a multi-generational single-family dwelling on Horsham. We have variances in the ways of setbacks, coverage, and we have our rear deck. So let's start with variance number 1, our rear deck. The rear deck, it's a walkout from the main floor, which is where the kitchen, the living room, the dining room are. And it's to the east of the breakfast nook per se. So the walkout is just to facilitate movement from the main floor out. And we are aligning it with the wall of the house. And because it is to the east of the pop out, we have a certain area. So the area of the deck that we're proposing is 9.63 square meters. It's not something that, can be used for large gatherings and whatnot. And variance number 2, we have a lot coverage of 31.95. So this particular area and its encompassing area, standard coverage for this neighborhood and general area is 32%. So we are within that 32% coverage. That is very consistent and very characteristic to the area and neighborhood at large. Our side yard setbacks. So for this home, we are proposing side yard setbacks on the east of 1.33 meters and on the west 1.32 meters. So again, this is very consistent with many homes in the neighborhood in the area. As you see, I did provide, I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to review my submission. I did provide a building footprint, and you'll see from the building footprint, many of the homes that are in the neighborhood, they have side yard setbacks that vary from 0.60 up to approximately 1.50, with a large number of the side yard setbacks at 1.20. So again, this is very characteristic to the neighborhood. I would also like to state that we do have a total separation on the east of 4.26 meters and on the west of 1.83 meters, which will allow for light, air circulation, safety, and privacy. So in closing, this is an area that has and is continuously going through regeneration. What we are proposing is very characteristic to what is and what will be happening in this neighborhood. And in closing, I respectfully submit that the proposal, my apologies, the proposed minor variance application is desirable and appropriate use of the subject lands. It is a form of intensification that does meet the 4 tests. It is in keeping with the purpose and intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. It is appropriate and desirable for the area, and I am open. I do see that forestry, to comment to the members' comment earlier regarding the forestry, I do accept and acknowledge that we do need to submit a complete application to permit to injure remove. We do have a city tree, and we will be submitting the application. So we are okay with the conditions of forestry being tied to this application. And I am open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Do any of panel member have any questions? Yes, please.
Would the applicant just provide a little bit of clarification on the city-owned tree? Is the intent to, because I see on the site plan that there is some form of protection planned around the tree. Is the intent to remove the tree or to leave it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, member, the intent is to protect the tree. So we will be providing forestry. They do call it an application to to injure or remove, but we will have to show tree protection in accordance to the size and caliper of the tree trunk, and it will be protected.
Thank you. I want to ask this question. Have you made any changes, or would you like to make any changes overall?
Mr. Chair, no, the application, we did work with planning, the owners did work with planning, and I believe the application that you now have in front of you has been perfected and does fit the neighborhood and very characteristic to the neighborhood. So we will proceed as is.
Thank you so much. Do any panel member have any questions? No? Thank you. And I wanted to ask if there is any opposition that would like to speak? No. And in terms of forestry, you had some explanation, so I would like to mention it to the panel members that there is the condition on this. There's a report of the forestry. Anyone has any question on this or needs clarification? No. Thank you. So I think we're going to bring it to committee for if anyone wants to make a motion.
I will motion to approve the application subject to condition of forestry.
Thank you. Do you have anyone to second this motion? Thank you. Seconded. And all in favor, I guess? Thank you. So the application is approved. We can move to the next item. And I think that, Mr. Chair, yes, thank you.
Is item 6, 20 Legato Court, and item 7, which is 18 Legato Court.
Hello, my name is Stephen Burnett.
Okay, so we need you to, your address as well, sir, please?
Stephen Burnett, architect. My address is 25 Les Mill Road, Unit 5, Toronto, M3B 2T3. I would prefer that we go with each of these separately.
Okay.
So basically speaking, what we're doing here is just one minor variance to increase the front opening, which basically will mean that we will have access to a two-car garage. Everything else stays the same. The setbacks are the same. The overall gross floor area or the footprint is the same. Soft landscaping, hard landscaping, everything is the same except for the fact that we prefer to have a two-car garage. Legato Court has no parking on the street during the day. There's no parking 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if you have a visitor, they virtually have to park in your driveway, otherwise they're parking illegally. So that's why I think it's important to have a double garage, even though that by doing so, we reduce the actual livable area within the house by having a larger garage because otherwise there are no other variances requested except for the 5.4 meters to permit a double garage at the front of the house. The footprint, the overall height, setbacks, etc., all comply with the current zoning bylaw.
So this is strictly because of the entranceway to require the wider for the double garage, correct?
That is correct.
And that's where the one variance is?
That's correct.
Okay. So do we have any questions? I think that's fairly straightforward. If there's no question, then we can have a motion.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application. I think it's minor and is desirable for the lot and the area.
Did you wish to attach any conditions to it?
I don't believe there are any conditions for this one.
Okay. So do I have a seconder for that motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Sorry, who seconded it?
I will. Mr. Ellison.
All those in favor? So it is passed unanimously. So we can now go on to the corporate twin, for lack of a better term, and which will be 18, which is item 7. Same speaker. We will get you because it's a separate item to re-identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Stephen Burnett, architect, 25 Les Mill Road, Unit 5, Toronto, Ontario, M3B 2T3. Basically, we've got the same variance, the one variance for the double garage. I just thought it was easier to separate these applications, but the conditions are exactly the same. There's only one variance for the double garage. The building envelope setbacks, height, soft landscaping, hard landscaping, etc., all comply with the current zoning bylaw.
Okay, and you're doing this for the same reason?
For the same reason, yes.
So, any questions on that? Really? As straightforward as the last one was?
No questions?
No questions? So then we can go right to a motion. Do I have a motion for this?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move a motion for this one for approval for the same reasons for the first application.
Okay,
And I will second that motion.
seconded. All those in favor? Okay. So let's go to item 8, and I've just been notified by staff that there are some additional speakers that aren't listed here.
Mr. Chair, if I may, perhaps we can go back to item number 1 if the applicant's ready.
Oh, okay. Is the applicant ready now on item 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let me just flip back to item 1.
So,
I will get you to re-identify yourself.
yes, Mr. Chair. My name is Mehdi Hosseini, 201 Steeles Avenue East, Toronto, Ontario, M2M 3Y6. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner for this property. And after we gone through the engineering report and discussing it with my client, we would like to ask the members of the committee and you, Mr. Chair, to defer this application to have time to discuss this with engineering department.
Okay. There's no one else, as I recall, there was no one else who wanted to speak on this one. So you want to basically, based on the ECS report, ask for a deferral?
Yes.
Do we have any questions on that? I think the reasons are evident. So we can probably go right to a motion.
I'd like to move forward the motion for deferral, as it's mentioned by engineering and construction. And I think the applicants are aware of this, and they mentioned that they would like to defer. So I'd like to move forward the motion.
I will second that.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so the motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Maybe we can try and get through another one. Because I understand there were a couple of additional speakers for item number 8, which is 503 Roselawn. Am I correct there? There's some additional speakers?
Yes.
Okay. Are they going to be remote, or are they? So will we start with the two speakers that were listed here? Or are you going to give me the names now of the additional speakers?
Mr. Chair, we can start with the applicant.
We'll start with the applicant, of course. Mr. Galbraith. And it's
Morning, sir.
503 Roselawn. Okay, so we'll get you to identify yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application. My address is 18 King Street East, Suite 1400.
Okay. So go ahead. Let me just pull it up. Sorry, let me just give me a second here to pull it up.
I had provided a revised list of variances.
Just going to say the reason.
Oh, sure.
That you're here. Okay. So it's to construct a brand new dwelling, and that's where the variances come from. So go ahead.
Thank you. So before I begin, based on discussions with neighbors, two of the variances are being modified, one being deleted entirely. Originally identified variance number 3. There were originally proposed 2 decks on the rear terracing of the proposed house, one on the 3rd floor, one on the 2nd floor. That triggered a variance. And so the 3rd floor deck is being removed entirely. And so that negates the need for variance number 3. And then the remaining deck on the 2nd floor is being narrowed significantly. And so the area of the deck is being reduced from 14.25 to 6.52 square meters, as shown on the revised list of variances here.
So which variance?
There was also, apologies, sorry, go ahead, sir.
Which variance are you, you're removing number 3, but what is the number of the one you're modifying for the other deck?
Sorry, it was originally variance number 4. It would be now numbered variance the new number 3.
But what are you doing? I want to know what you're doing to the numbers in it.
Oh, okay, sorry. So the 3rd story deck is being deleted, so that part of that variance is being removed entirely, and the remaining deck on the 2nd floor is being reduced in size from 14.25 square meters to 6.52 square meters.
Through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Through you, the agent should be referring to the public notice listing and start by saying, I'm modifying variance, and then fill in the number, just so it's easily understood as we record this.
Sure, no problem. So that would be variance, on the public notice, it would be variance number 4 that is being modified. Variance number 3 is being deleted entirely. Variance number 4 is being modified. For the 2nd story platform is being reduced in size from 14.25 square meters to 6.52 square meters. And then the 3rd story reference is deleted from variance 4.
Okay.
This goes from 6 variances being needed down to 5 variances being needed.
And we're modifying one of those other variances as well. To the 14.25
Yes, sir.
goes to 6.52. And
Yes,
the
sir.
3rd floor request is, the 3rd story is removed.
That's correct.
Okay.
The 3rd story platform is removed, just to be certain.
Okay, just want to make sure we've got the change that you're talking about.
Sure.
And that
Sure, no problem.
those 2 changes don't affect any other variance?
That's correct.
Okay.
The first variance is more of a note from Transportation Services that just simply indicates that we require a front yard parking license for the front yard parking space. The property already has a front yard parking space license, but because this is a new house, they simply have to reapply for that. If we could put up the cover letter that I submitted, please. Thanks. So there, in the front there, that's a rendering of the proposed house. As you can see, it still presents as a 2-story dwelling from the front, from the street. I don't believe this will be a significant change to the character of the neighborhood. One of the variances pertains to the front main wall, and that's because of the peak is not really a dormer, it's an extension of the front wall. And so there's a front wall variance pertaining to that. If we could scroll down, please. Keep going. There we go to the bottom half of that image, the side yard setback. So the proposed side yard setback actually increases the amount of side yard relative to the existing condition. This neighborhood is characterized by small side yard setbacks on one side of houses. The west side of this house has the larger side yard setback, and it has always been shifted towards number 501 Roselawn. The proposed house increases the side yard setback relative to the existing condition and relative to the side yard setback that's provided by the neighboring property. Side yard setbacks in this neighborhood are side yard setback variances in this neighborhood are extremely common. They're the second most commonly approved in the neighborhood, and this would be one of the smallest amount of variances sought at 0.61. If we could scroll down, please. So this shows where this is pertaining to the area of the second floor deck. The sort of pink colored area is the third floor deck that was removed and deleted. And you can see in the sort of orange shaded area, that is the amount of the second floor deck that is being reduced away. So the bright blue is the remaining 6.52 square meter deck. There will be planters on either side of the proposed deck, and then a privacy screen on either side of the planters. So in my opinion, concerns of privacy and overlook are very well contained by the proposed design, and these are shown in the plans. If you could scroll down, please. There we go. So on there is a side view. You can see the significant amount of terracing that the proposed house includes. In my opinion, this well contains potential shadow impact. In addition, you see the one window that is proposed on the side wall. That window was relocated. It was shifted to the right on this side elevation. Originally, it was a little bit more to the left, but in discussions with the neighbor at 501, he was concerned about overlook from that window, and so it was shifted so that it is located behind his house. And then you can also see there that a privacy screen for this remaining second floor deck is already included. The remaining variance is the FSI variance. The proposed FSI is entirely in keeping with new builds in this neighborhood, including on Roselawn and on the adjacent streets, and is entirely characteristic of new construction in the neighborhood. It does not set a new high water mark, as it will. I think that's it for me, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the panel or that any neighbors have.
I just wanted to make sure with the deletion of 3 and the modification of 4, the FSI doesn't change?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
The changes to the variances only pertain to the decks, which are exterior to the FSI, obviously.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Now, I believe there's...
Are there more? There are, so...
There are other speakers
okay,
that we're
yeah.
looking for here. So I'm at staff's...
Yes, so there are 3 residents here to speak. One's registered and 2 have not been registered.
Okay, so on our list here, we've got Mark Anshan and Brenda Spigler. Is that? Are they going to be speaking?
Mr. Chair, yes, they're all here in person.
Okay. In person, did you say? Okay. All right, so we'll get you to identify yourself. Name and address, please.
Excuse me. Mark Anshan, 501 Roselawn Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M5N1K2. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. At first, I'd like to bring forward our request for an adjournment of this matter. We had originally talked to the applicant about adjourning. They were not agreeable to that, and so they wanted to proceed. But we would like an adjournment for 2 reasons. One is we would like to have the documentation that was submitted for this application revised in order to show the backyard tree in our backyard properly identified on the planning documents, which it was not done originally, and also to revise the tree protection bylaw declaration, which was improperly completed as well with respect to this private tree in our backyard, which is in a tree protection zone. And secondly, we would like a sun and shadow study to be done and submitted in order to confirm the impeding of sunlight into the backyards of 501 Roselawn and 505 Roselawn. And we request that to be done first, and that this matter be adjourned until those matters are dealt with.
Any comments from the panel? Continue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if a neighbor is requesting an adjournment, you should allow the applicant an opportunity to respond to the request for an adjournment.
Yeah, that was the next step, obviously, because they had indicated they didn't want an adjournment, so we can go back to Mr. Galbraith to respond to that. Mr. Galbraith?
Thank you, sir. I'm aware that there was a request that the neighbor wanted for deferral. I've discussed it with my clients, and they feel that the design has already taken into account issues of shadow. The tree was inadvertently not present in the survey for some reason. We've submitted a revised site plan to the committee that included that tree. It's not a protected tree under the tree protection bylaw, and notwithstanding that, Urban Forestry has requested the standard private tree permit condition, and so we believe that that tree will be well protected through the normal avenues. And so we do not agree to a deferral at this time.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that?
Well, you can continue with your presentation. We'll have to take this into advisement. Obviously, you disagree, but go ahead.
Well, the tree is within a tree protection zone. That's been confirmed by both the arborist report that we have filed, and also in discussions and with the Urban Forestry Department, they've also confirmed that. So I with respect, disagree with the planner's view that this tree is not within the tree protection zone.
But there is a forestry report on this, correct?
Yes. Yes, there is. Yes, there two conditions have been checked.
So if we chose to approve this application, we could make it subject to forestry.
Mr. Chair, could we pull up the site plan showing the revised site plan showing the location of this tree that was left off the survey?
Okay, I'll ask staff to do that.
That one does not show the tree. I filed a survey last night, which is available to you, which does show the tree. This one does not. There, that one does show the tree. And the umbrella drip is not properly identified there as well. According to our arborist report, it protrudes further into the rear yard of 503 Roselawn to where they're going to excavate for the new house.
You say you submitted this yesterday?
Yes, I only received an updated drawing and was able to get our arborist to indicate it on their plan, and I filed it last night, and Emily at the Committee of Adjustment acknowledged it and advised me to bring it to your attention because of the time constraint. And I have copies here if you want to see them.
Well, we can't accept any
No, I understand.
from the floor.
But, excuse me, our arborist shows the drip line much deeper into the backyard of 503.
So you're questioning the report from forestry?
No, I'm not questioning the report from forestry. I'm questioning the comment made by the planner that this is not a tree within the tree protection zone.
Okay.
And this matter was brought to the attention of our neighbors on 2 occasions. And when they filed this in August, for this application to be filed here at the committee, in their planning documents, they never showed the tree. They never considered this tree. And we've brought it to their attention. We've raised it a number of times. It's a serious issue which needs to be addressed.
So you feel the application is incomplete as it stands?
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any comments from panel?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so I understand, I do have questions. So basically,
Talk a little closer into the mic.
okay, so basically you're asking for a deferral on the grounds of a tree and a shadow study. Is that correct? Just those
Yes,
two things?
excuse me, sir. With respect to the tree, the documentation has been incomplete at the time of filing of this application, including the tree bylaw declaration form, which was not correctly completed. It showed on it that in answer to the question, will the proposed construction activity occur within the tree protection zone of a protected private tree? The answer is no, is marked, and that is not correct.
But regardless of that, hasn't the staff required a condition related to that tree?
Yes,
Regardless.
that's correct. That's
So
correct.
Even if there's an error, isn't it somewhat moot because there?
It could be, yes, you could come to that conclusion,
Oh,
right?
So then let's deal with the shadow study.
Yeah, so with respect to the shadow study, I also have a different point of view to the planner's opening comments where he said the tiered down part of this building takes account of the shadows on our property and on the property of 501 Roselawn. He makes that comment in the absence of any kind of professional study to come to that conclusion. I think the only way to determine that is to have such a study done and bring it forward to this committee as part of its consideration.
So I guess my question is, what are your thoughts that a shadow study might show?
It might very well show, and we think it will show, that the daylight sun into our backyard at 501 will be impeded in the afternoons from the west and will be impeded in the mornings from the east for our neighbors at 505 Roselawn. And it will affect and impact in a significant way the enjoyment and use of our 2 backyards, the growth of our plants, and all the other amenities that we presently enjoy in the backyard. The only way to confirm this is with such a study. And I suggest that we have that done.
So you think this might happen, but you're not sure, and you think
The only way to confirm it is to have the study done.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
I would ask the applicant, do you have a problem with doing a shadow study, or why one wasn't done? I recognize it's not required. I want to, we've got to deal with whether to defer this, and I'd like to hear from the applicant.
So we haven't done a fulsome shadow study, as you mentioned. It's not required. There is no building depth variance. The houses that exist in this part of the neighborhood are very shallow. They're the original first generation houses that are not built to the current zoning standard, and we do not have a length or a depth variance. So the building is allowed to go back as far as proposed. So a shadow study would effectively show an as-of-right condition.
If I may, Mr. Chair, we haven't gotten yet to the question of the FSI, the floor space index, and that does impact upon the length and scope of this building project. So again, I'm not sure that I agree with everything the planner has just said.
But he is correct. There There is no length variance.
I'm not.
And there is significant terracing of the building.
Yes, but that does not preclude our concerns and our desires to have a further confirmation about this issue. We want to be supportive of our neighbors. We want to see them build a new house, but we need to be assured that our interests and our enjoyment of the property are fully taken account of and are protected as they move forward. And in fact, one of the reasons I wanted an adjournment, all of us here wanted an adjournment, was to be able to speak further with our neighbors about these issues. But they felt that they just wanted to proceed with this.
Okay, staff, you said there were some other speakers that aren't on this list?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they're here in person as well.
Mr. Chair, I haven't finished all of my, are you going to consider the request for deferral first? Because I do have.
I think we should hear from all the speakers.
Oh, on the deferral issue?
Really, the request, the formal request for a deferral normally comes from the applicant. Before making a decision on your request for a deferral, I'd like to hear what the other speakers have to say.
That's fine.
Not just about deferral, but in general about the application. That's normally the process we go through, and then the applicant has a chance to rebut, and we go to committee and make it.
But I haven't yet given you all of my other commentary on this application. If in fact
Mr.
you weren't
Chair?
going to accede to the deferral.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest dealing with the deferral request now, because if you do, then there's no real requirement to hear evidence from the members from the public. If you choose a deferral, which is entirely your choice, the applicant has had an opportunity. You may ask the rest of the sitting speakers if they have anything else they want to say in reference to the deferral request. But if you choose to defer it, there's no need to hear evidence after this.
Okay. Do we know, is this kind of a surprise, or do we know if the other speakers want to speak to the request for deferral?
I don't believe they do. I think they support my request. Am I correct? Yes.
So then, panel, are you prepared to address the issue of a request for deferral?
I'll jump in here. I struggle with the request for deferral. I mean, the shadow study really is, I believe it is the choice of the applicant to decide whether or not to provide that information. They're not always provided.
No, and in fact, I've seen cases where the neighbor actually does a shadow study and presents that as evidence.
I have as well. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to motion to not defer this application.
The tree issue we can resolve with making it subject to forestry.
I agree, yeah.
And the applicant did have an opportunity, the neighbor did have an opportunity, obviously, to have a shadow study done, given that it's not a requirement of the applicant.
Correct, I would agree with that.
If I may, I did not have an opportunity to do a shadow study. We received notice of this application 2 weeks ago for today's hearing. That is certainly not sufficient time in order to retain a consultant to do a study, prepare it, file it, pay for it, and submit it to this committee. So with all due respect, I do not agree with that approach.
Well, the notice was the legal notice that's required.
That's right. That's right.
Any comments from the other side?
Mr. Chair, just a question. The staff report.
You're a little louder, right?
Sorry, does the staff report say anything about shadowing on this? Did they identify any issues in relation to shadows?
I don't recall reading.
I'm looking for the staff report, and I just can't seem to find that staff report. Where is it? Does it say anything about shadows?
Mr. Chair, if I may, there is no staff report. Staff have no concerns with the proposal.
Just looking here. It's the arborist report.
So who was that?
Letters.
That was from the applicant that just said that there's no staff report?
Yes, sir. Sorry, this is Mr. Gilbert.
Okay.
So staff had not requested that.
So
That's correct.
Are we dealing with?
Well, we're trying to deal with this request.
Yeah. So I mean, I tend to concur that if the staff report didn't ask for a shadow study and a shadow study is the standard requirement, and the resident didn't produce their own shadow study, and that's the only thing that's outstanding for the reason to defer, it just doesn't seem to be fair not to at least hear this application. So I would support hearing the application.
I was seeing some nodding of heads, so we would proceed with hearing the application prior to making our decision. Take under advisement the neighbor's concern. But I don't think there's any appetite on the panel to defer the application. I don't want to put words in your mouths, but I think that's what I hear.
Mr. Chair, can I just hear from the two outstanding panel members that they're okay to go forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm okay to proceed without a variance for building depth or overall height. I struggle to determine that there's a need for a shadow study in this case.
I'm sorry, who is that who's speaking?
That was me, Mary Ann Casson.
Okay.
I acknowledge the concerns of the neighbors. I understand what you have shared, I like to mention that the applicant demonstrated the answers by their explanation. So I'm like to hear the application. Yes.
Okay, I don't think we need a motion for that. We can just
no deferral.
Continue. Okay. So do you have any other issues you wanted to bring up?
Yes, I do. I do have a presentation. Yes. So if I may. So the requested variance of the area of the house isn't excessive for the lot size. And on that point, I do have a difference of view to what the planner indicated. It's almost 100% of coverage. It creates a house, a building that extends far into the current backyard and creates a large brick wall on the west side of 501 Roselawn and on the east side of 505 Roselawn Avenue. 0.93, the requested FSI, is way above the mean that has been approved by this committee in this neighborhood. This is not a minor variance and does not conform to the criteria by which this committee reaches its decisions. It is not appropriate for the development and use of the land. The increase in what they are asking for has a major impact on the property, and the difference they are asking for, with one exception, is well beyond the high end of the range that has been approved by the Committee of Adjustment. The committee has approved, since the year 2017, approximately 34 applications in the surrounding neighborhood, with an average FSI of 0.771, a much smaller FSI than that being requested. We're okay with an FSI of 0.76 to 0.77, and we request that an FSI of 0.76 to 0.77 be approved and that the applicants then revise their plans. We'll be facing on the west side of the backyard of our property a large intrusive wall, and our neighbors at 505 will be doing the same, going in the other direction towards the east. About 2/3 of the building will be along the property line deep into the depth of the property, and a high wall that will negatively impact on our enjoyment of our backyard. As I have already indicated, and we've talked about it at length already, the tree has not been properly considered. I won't go into it right now. You are going to make it, I understand, a condition if you do approve this application.
Which
So-
variance are you variance or variances are you concerned about relative to the brick wall?
I am concerned about the floor space index. And what I failed to say at the beginning is that I'm only at this presentation bringing out some of the key points, and I really would like to refer the members of the committee to our entire written submission, which has in it photographs of our backyard towards the property, as well as the report of our arborist and our other comments. Because of the limited time, I'm just focusing on a number of issues.
Okay, so do we have any questions?
I'm not finished.
I'm just looking at the clock here.
I have 2 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
The properties are close, as the planner indicated. They're very close to each other on the west side of our property of 501. There's not even enough space between those two properties for a person to navigate between the two houses to maintain either one of those properties. In fact, the east troughs at the top of the houses actually touch each other. The foundation of our property is old and weak. These houses were built in the 1920s. And we're very concerned about the impact that construction of the new house might have on the integrity of the foundation. We need assurances that the foundation will be protected. And so we request that any approval granted for variances should include a condition that the applicants enter into an agreement to ensure that the foundation is monitored by an independent consultant, that it be photographed before and after construction, and that any damage requiring repairs be the responsibility of the applicants. With respect to letters of support that the applicant received, 2 of the letters of support are from neighbors on the north side of ROSELAWN Avenue and are not directly impacted by this house proposal, in the same way that the abutting homeowners who are here today are impacted. The other 3 letters of support are well beyond the 60-meter radius for notifying neighbors of this application and are not really relevant to this matter. And one even wants to ask, how did they come to submit those letters? What we don't have on file here are any letters of support from those that will be affected by this project. And so we respectfully submit that in approving this project, if the committee so chooses to do so, that they revise it in terms of the FSI and take in the other considerations, and of course make a condition to the urban forestry submission. Thank you very much.
Question of the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Do we have the jurisdiction to enforce a civil agreement?
No, you do not, Mr. Chair.
That's what I thought. So a condition to do that, to require a civil agreement, would in fact not be enforceable.
Sorry, is that a question to me, Mr. Chair?
No, well, yeah, I meant it as a statement, but it would not be enforceable, correct?
You do not have the power to enforce a civil agreement.
Right. Because the neighbor had brought up the point about having a civil agreement with penalties and so on, and that's not something we can.
Correct. You cannot add that as a condition. There's no way to, besides that, you should not be involved in that. There's no way at the building permit stage to clear that condition.
Right. Okay. Now, staff, you said there were other speakers on this that aren't listed here?
Mr. Chair, do you want to ask the panel members if they have questions of the speaker while he's at the podium?
Okay, sorry. Are there any further questions of the neighbor?
Sure. So you talked about the lot coverage, and you said that it's typically 0.771. And what? Just let me compare. What is this application? What's the coverage here?
They're asking for 0.93.
0.93. What's the highest amount of coverage that you found when you looked at the?
There was, if I can just find that document for you. There was one given, but it was a 2-story addition to the house. It wasn't a new build, and it was at 0.98. All the rest of the 34 that we examined went from a low end of 0.69 I think it was, up to in the order of 0.85.
Okay, but this one at 0.93 wouldn't be the highest because there's already one at 0.98.
Yeah, but that's certainly correct, but it's certainly out of the range of those that this committee has approved in the most recent years.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of the neighbor? No, then let's entertain the additional speakers. I don't have their names on the sheet here. So I'll ask staff.
Mr. Chair, they're here in person.
Mr. Chair, the speakers are in person. You can just request that they approach the microphone to speak.
Oh, okay, all right. So there's additional speakers who wish to speak, so I'll get you to identify yourself by name and address.
Jordana Grant, 505 Roselawn Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
So my name is Jordana Grant, and I would like to thank the Chair and the Committee of Adjustment for taking the time to listen to our concerns of the proposed minor variances. My husband and I live at 505 Roselawn, which is on the west side of the proposed dwelling. I would like to begin by saying we are in full agreement with what Mark has mentioned previously, and I'm also going to add one additional concern impacting our property. I'd like to ask the planner, are you constructing the second floor platform at 14.25, but then adding planters to either side?
Mr. Chair, just through you, why don't we save the applicant response till after all of the neighbors are presented?
So I'll read my.
So we don't use up your 5 minutes.
Okay, so the permitted maximum area of a platform at or above the second story of a detached house is 4.0 meters squared. However, the requested variance for the size of the platform on the second story for 503 Roselawn is unreasonable. There is no basis that this is a reasonable desire for the development of the building. Conforming with the bylaw should be sufficient for use and enjoyment and to protect the privacy of 505 Roselawn and all budding neighbors. This is an infringement of our privacy as it looks directly into our backyards. When reviewing the documentation, it appears they've added planters to reduce the usable surface area of the deck on the second level from the original 14.25 meters squared to 6.52 meters squared. However, as we know, the planters can be easily removed. They don't actually reduce the surface area of the platform when this is being built. So therefore, is it being reduced functionally due to planters, however, not what is being constructed? I thank you for your time.
Okay, so do we have any questions for the speaker? Okay. So now I understand there's at least one more present who wishes to speak. And again, I'll get you to identify yourself by name and address.
Frank Bellissimo, 82 Shields Avenue. So my house will be facing the back of their house. I'm here to support my two neighbors who are going to be 100 times more affected by this build than I'm going to be. I just think it's a monster that they're going to build. That's going to the sidewall is going to block their deck that we enjoy weekly. Almost, they invite me over all the time. We'll be sitting there in the sun. That's going to change. You know what I mean? It's I do support them. They have a young family to build a bigger house, but this is beyond the scope of our neighborhood. It's a monster. So I definitely I'm in agreement with my neighbors. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, any questions So is it primarily the FSI that you're concerned about?
Yes, and then this monster deck on the second is going to be looking down into like our backyard, you know, privacy, right? So I don't know how they're planning to use it, you know, but it's a lot bigger than what it's supposed to be.
Okay. If there are no questions, there's at least one more speaker here who wanted to speak, I believe. So you can step down, sir. And there's another speaker or not?
No, there isn't.
No? Okay. Then we'll let the agent rebut.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the FSI, I'm not sure what data set the neighbor used, but on Roselawn, there was an approved variance for 1.19. There's a couple at 0.91, which is negligibly smaller, a couple at 0.93. And then in the wider neighborhood, there's 1.25 at 304 Roselawn. There's 1.04 on Shields, 1.08 on Shields. Like, this proposal is in no way out of keeping with recent trends for development in this neighborhood and on this street. And so I would not suggest that it is an overbuild. With regards to, again, shadowing and privacy and overlook, the privacy screens are already proposed for the sides of the deck, and the deck is being reduced in size to, I don't think it is a monster deck by any stretch. It's only 2.52 square meters above the bylaw requirement. And this is already a neighborhood where, like in pretty much all Toronto neighborhoods, where you can already see into neighbors' backyards. We live in dense residential neighborhoods. This is a fact of life already, and I do not believe that this is a material difference from that existing condition. With regards to the tree, as previously mentioned, I believe it's well protected by the requirement from urban forestry to obtain a permit to the tree, and urban forestry can make that determination if it is appropriate or not. I think that was all the comments. And then again, there's no height variance, no depth variance, no length variance. This is notwithstanding that this has a third floor, which is increasing the FSI, a third floor that does not project beyond the existing houses very much. This is more or less in keeping with what the zoning bylaw intends, and in my opinion, it meets the 4 tests. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
You said, sir, there's no height variance, but there is. The variance.
Oh, sorry, there is the main wall height variance in the front for that sort of dormer looking feature.
Okay. Any questions? I think what we're dealing with is this, in fact, too much house for too little land is really the crux of the question. So do we have any further questions, comments on the panel?
Is there a set of updated elevation drawings showing the removal of the third floor terrace?
Yes, there are.
Can we just pull those?
Yes, sir. Those drawings. Sure. Those are in the file. We can see the third floor. I can tell you right away if it's the same, if it's the right set. That is the old set there. Scroll down to the third floor. Awesome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I confirm with the applicant if the plans submitted on October 13th are the revised plans he's looking for?
If I could, they should be it, but if we could go to the second floor or the third floor, I can be certain. That looks like an older set. Yeah, that still shows a third floor deck. They would have been submitted last week, I believe. Hmm.
So is that the current drawing that's up there now?
Oh, there we are. Yes, so that shows there, at least in the site plan, that it shows that there is no third floor deck there, and the reduced area of the second floor deck.
So that is the revised plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that really puts us still back to the key question that's the crux of this: is too much house for too little land? That's really where the So do we have any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Sorry, I have one.
Sorry?
Can I ask a question back to the question which I had initially asked the builder about the platform? Is it 14.25 and then you're putting planters to reduce the surface area but still building it at 14.25?
Mr. Chair, if a speaker is speaking and you permit it, they need to be at the microphone so that it can be broadcast publicly. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we have one other person in the gallery that has now indicated she would like to speak. I will leave that at your discretion.
I think we should hear from, if there's another one who wants to talk, the more information we can get on this, the better. So that the question was to the applicant, is that deck reduced to 6.52, or is it staying the way it was with planters?
The usable area of the deck is being reduced to 6.52 by the inclusion of permanent planters on either side. The original 14 square meter area was simply a function of that's how much the building is set back by on the second floor. It's a function of the rear terracing.
That's the first time I've heard you.
But it will not be larger than 6.52.
That's the first time I've heard you mention that it's a permanent planter. Because earlier,
I understand that there was. Sorry to interrupt, sir. I understand that there was a concern that the planters could simply be removed later, but that is certainly not the intent, and doing so would trigger a new variance. These would be permanently installed planters on either side of the deck.
okay. Did you want to speak?
I would, thank you. Is this on?
I need you to identify yourself and your address and name.
My name is Brenda Spiegler, 501 Roselawn Avenue, Toronto, M5N1K2.
Okay.
I would just like to add one further concern to my husband's presentation, and that is that the part of the house that goes back beyond our house, they're asking for a variance, I believe, a side yard setback of 0.6, whereas the bylaw says 0.9. And we would like to ask that that portion of the house that goes beyond our house not be allowed a variance to be closer to the lot line than the code allows. So that would require a jog in the building.
So which variance specifically are you addressing?
The side lot setback. They're asking, I believe, for 0.61, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas the bylaw says 0.9. Is that right? So
I need the variance number.
Looking.
Mr. Chair, I believe it's variance 2. The required minimum side yard setback is 0.9, where the required minimum lot frontage is 6 meters to less than 12 meters. What they're proposing is 0.61 meters.
Right.
So that would give us, in our backyard, a little bit more space and a little bit more opportunity for sunlight to come in. This really changes the whole experience of our backyard. I'm a gardener. I have a lot of plants back there, and you know, I'm concerned for their health without the afternoon sun.
So the requirement is 0.9 and they're asking for 0.61.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll make sure we understand. Okay. Do we have any questions, Mrs. Spiegler? Are you refusing or not? Okay.
Thank
Then
you.
I guess we are ready for a motion, unless there's any other questions.
Sir, may I respond to that?
Okay, sorry, I thought you already had when you talked about the FSI, but go ahead.
Sorry, this was this is a second comment from the same residents to the east. So the again,
Well,
the
with respect,
condition that
each
she's
of them are entitled to their own opinions. They don't have to, just because their
Fair
husband and wife agree with each other.
typically the practice of the committee to have one speaker per address, in my experience. But nonetheless, the condition that she's requesting has never been imposed by this committee for any side yard setback variance for any previous application. It would be highly unusual. And again, the requested variance is an improvement over the existing condition, which is something like a 10 centimeter side yard setback. I believe that the requested 0.61, which is among the smallest amount of variance sought in this neighborhood, is entirely appropriate for the development of this property, and totally in keeping with the character of this neighborhood, which has small side yard setbacks. If it were not for the one window that is located behind the rear wall of the neighboring property, this could be 0.45 from the side yard setback, the side yard lot line.
Yeah, but the window is there, so we have to deal with what.
Window is there, absolutely. Yes, I totally agree with that.
Okay, so that's the rebuttal. Do we have any questions, or are we ready for a motion here? Mr. Allison, are you looking?
I provide some comments here, followed by a motion. I know Roselawn very well, actually. It's a very unique neighborhood in the city, and you know there is. I think of all the variances, the one that I initially had some concern with was with respect to the height of the front main wall, and just ensuring that that is tied specifically to the elevation. In this application, the variance is being requested to account for the peak of the gable, and I just want to ensure that in granting that variance, that the elevation that is submitted is tied to that, specifically the front elevation. I know that there were some adjustments, but I believe they are at the rear concerning the terracing, so that elevation should not be affected. You know, just to address the neighbors' concerns, regardless of whether or not there is a height variance elsewhere or a building depth variance, you know, when higher FSIs are requested, I think there needs to be an attention given to the application of where that additional area is being deployed in the application. In this case, while you know you acknowledge that the street is characteristic of homes that have typically shallower building depths, you know, the as of right is 17 meters, and I do appreciate that the applicant has stepped down the stories as you go back, which I think will assist in mitigating shadowing as well as the massing of the building. You know, I also acknowledge from the neighbor that, you know, perhaps a slight additional setback on the side yard may make for a more palatable application, although I don't think that the requested variance will materially impact the neighbor, you know, the difference of a 0.3 meters on the side yard. And they are, as I noted, they are stepping down and they are containing within the prescribed building depth. So for those reasons, I will motion to approve the application subject to variance number 4. I just want to make sure it's number 4 on the public notice. There might be some inconsistency here, but the variance with respect to the front exterior main wall height, and just ensuring that that is tied to the front elevation to ensure that that front dormer does not get any larger. I don't see any other conditions from staff.
May I?
They did make a change.
Other than urban forestry. Yes, and obviously acknowledging that variance number 3 is striked out, and there is an alteration or an amendment to the variance for the area of the second story platform, reducing it from 14.25 meters to 6.52 meters.
Correct.
Believe there's a forestry condition. Can we confirm? Is there anything from
we can put that up
If
if
there
you
was,
want.
because we talked about that.
We did
with
discuss
missing
that,
trees.
yeah.
Oh, so there is forestry.
If you would wanted to consider making that as part of your motion.
Believe it's condition from forestry number 2 and number 3.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just confirming the panel member is, do you want to summarize your motion one more time?
Sure. Just to summarize, let me just. So, motion to approve, taking into consideration that variance number 3 with respect to the number of platforms is striked out. So just confirming there will only be one platform at the rear, not 2, as well as reducing the area of the second story platform to 6.52 meters. And with respect to variance number 4, that variance is tied to the front elevation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I clarify if you're adding a forestry condition to your motion?
Yes, as well as the 2 conditions requested from forestry. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for your information, when you count votes, can you make sure if there's any members abstaining from voting, please?
I believe he is not going to abstain. Is that correct?
Well, no, I'm going to, I guess in advance, I'll just say that I'm going to abstain just as an overabundance of caution. I've considered this matter and whether I have a conflict. I haven't identified any conflict, but just for the fairness that I've identified.
I believe the issue is the member has just realized right now or very close to the presentation that there may be, but he has heard about 99% of the evidence.
Yeah,
so to avoid a optic of any sort of bias, I believe the member is going to abstain from voting.
Yeah. Basically, for the benefit of those, I know somebody who lives on that street, not that close, but I'm going to abstain just as a overabundance of caution.
So then we will.
You're looking for a seconder to
Sorry,
motion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to mention to amend the motion about to including the transportation condition as well. It's no objections, but mention that subject to the front yard parking pad maintaining its license.
That was variance one, I believe.
Not the variances memorandum. Would it be possible, staff, to? Yes, thank you so much. For that report, it's mentioned there. There is a conclusion. I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
So transportation has no objection? Permit containing?
That's correct.
Yeah. So you can add that.
Which was variance 1, correct? The transportation condition.
That's correct. I believe variance 1 was for transportation.
Okay. Mr. Fazeli, do you have any other?
No, thanks.
Ms. Casson, any? Okay. So at this point, I don't have a seconder for the motion. Are you seconding the motion? Okay. Ms. Casson has seconded the motion. You have abstained, which means I cannot vote because it could set up a tie. So I'll call for the 3 remaining members for their vote. All those in favor? It's all 3 of you? Okay, so it is, I'm sorry, I couldn't, Mr. Fazeli, did you vote in favor? Okay.
Yes.
So it is passed by the 3 members. 1 is abstained. When there's a reduced number like that, the chair can't vote because it could create a tie.
Mr. Chair, there's no reason why you would need to vote. There's no one in opposition.
Sorry?
There's no reason why you would need to vote.
No, well, it could have been 2 to 1.
Which would mean it would still be approved?
But if I had voted, it could have created a tie. So regardless, it is approved. Now, Mr. Lamb earlier had suggested we take a break. Probably would have been a smart thing to do in retrospect. But I think we should probably take a break before we continue with item 9, which is 2,000 Dufferin.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you speak into your microphone, please?
Sorry?
Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Okay. The next item is 3,000 Dufferin, but I think we should take a break at this point.
Yes, please, thanks.
How long do you want? 10-minute break? Okay, so time is 12:28, so that'll make it 12:38 when we come back. Okay. Members, can we get started again, please?
Mr. Chair, you can proceed. You have quorum, but the member that is missing should not vote if the member did not hear 100% of the evidence. I'll leave that up to you if you want to wait, but if you proceed, Member Schwartz.
And everybody is here. So we are moving to 3000 Dufferin Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just want to let the panel members know that we received an updated transportation report that should committee approve the application or want to see the transportation report prior to making a motion, we can put that up on the screen.
Is that the one from last night? That was sent with the late staff reports?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the revised transportation memo should have 3 conditions on it, not 4 from the previously submitted copy.
Okay, so Eric Barros are the agent, so are we ready to go? Okay, so I'll call Maggie Bassani as the agent.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee.
So we're out looking at relief from a zoning bylaw for reducing a parking space, so I need you to identify yourself and your address.
Certainly, my name is Maggie Bassani. Address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800, and I'm here on behalf of the owner. And I'm happy to provide a brief presentation should the committee wish to have one.
You want a presentation as to why they're asking for this relief? Why don't we go with a very brief presentation then?
Certainly. And so the site is currently is located at the northwest corner of Dufferin Street and Playfair Avenue. There is an existing 18-story apartment building on the site, In 2022, we obtained a rezoning approval and draft plan of subdivision approval to facilitate an infill development of 2 additional residential buildings, along with a future public street and a new public park on site. Thank you for pulling the presentation up. And if you pull to the site plan there with the colored annotations, you can see the existing 18-story apartment building in the middle in pink. Proposed building A, or what is approved, is on the right. It will be a 12-story building. And building B is the left area in green, and that is approved for a 23-story building. And now the application before the committee today is to vary the minimum residential occupant parking rates for the new buildings A and B. We are requesting for building A that the minimum parking rate of 0.57 parking spaces per unit be further reduced to 0.12. And for building B, that the minimum parking rate of 0.57 per unit be reduced to a minimum of 0.21. I note that the requested variances are supported by a transportation study that was submitted as part of the application package, and that the requested variances reflect the city's new parking rates in the parent zoning bylaw, which was adopted in February of 2022, which eliminated the minimum parking requirements and introduced maximum parking requirements for residential units. And so the variances before you today will help achieve the policy objectives of those new parking standards. I note that there is no change to the parking requirements for the existing building C, and no change proposed to any visitor parking requirements or accessible parking requirements. And on that basis, we do ask the committee to approve the variances as they meet the 4 tests. And finally, as it was noted earlier, we have seen the transportation staff report, which was posted yesterday with 3 conditions, and we have no concerns with staff's conditions. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any questions? No? Are there any?
I do.
Question?
Yeah, so just so I understand, the idea is to provide less parking spaces. This for residents. You're building a condominium? What's the actual end use for residential?
That has not been determined at this time. The zoning approval that we obtained in 2022 doesn't mandate a specific type of tenure, so that will be determined at a later point.
So just as a general question, so let's say you build these condominiums and there isn't enough parking for all the residents that are going to live in the condominium. Where are they going to park?
So thank you for the question. So the underlying premise behind the new parking rates that eliminated the minimum parking standards, it's the intention that having less parking will actually influence those living in the units to have less dependency on auto. So certainly in this case, if a resident was interested in buying into one of these new buildings, but there was insufficient parking or not enough parking available for them to park their car, then that would influence whether that resident would want to live or buy a unit here. So it's not intended to then have a spillover of parking onto the streets. It's simply that there's less parking and will influence those who choose to live in this building. So that is the overall kind of underlying assumption behind these new parking standards adopted by City Council.
Right, but ultimately, if there isn't enough parking there and people buy there and somebody buys there, they have no children, they then have children, they live there 20 years, and then their children have cars, where are they going to park? There's nothing really, to my knowledge, there's nothing that's addressed this. I mean, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but has there been any thought of if there isn't enough parking, where the people are going to park and how that's going to impact the rest of the neighborhood? Has anybody done a study on that?
I'm in terms of the broader, citywide approach to these new parking standards. I don't know what city staff did in terms of, all of the work that they've done, but certainly this general approach of eliminating minimums, inputting maximums is all intended to recognize there's a societal shift in auto dependency, recognizing that we need to have more efficient forms of development that takes greater advantage of our transit infrastructure. So it's part of, certainly I think that it's a part of a behavioral response to that decrease in auto dependency. Certainly, anyone who lives there, shouldn't be, parking their cars illegally anywhere. But, but this is not something I would say that the city's bylaw deals with directly. Again, it's based on the premise that having elimination of minimum parking spaces will influence parking behavior. But I also want to point out in response to your question that we are not eliminating parking altogether. Certainly, we still have minimum parking requirements for both of the new buildings, and the result will be that there's still and it's been supported by the transportation study that it will provide sufficient parking based on the projections of parking needs of those residents based on current trends and what we're seeing in other developments across the city.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
That's fine. Thank you.
Staff, there's no other speaker listed for here, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no other speakers registered for this item.
You say there are or not?
There are not.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so are we ready for a motion if there's no more questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, could we ask staff to put up the comments from Transportation Services?
Sure. Staff, can you put it up on the screen? The comment section. And any approval would be subject to transportation. So the impact of this variance, how many actual spaces are being removed as a result of the variance?
I'm just pulling up my notes here. So I can tell you, so in total, so the parking rate, one thing I should note is where we are in the process. So right now, as I mentioned earlier, we have zoning and draft plan of subdivision approval. The more detailed site plan application has not yet been filed, and through the site plan process, certainly the final, the layouts, the mix of units will be refined. So the parking will be the required parking will be dependent on how many units of each type, ends up being included in the site plan application. But right now, including building C, so including the existing building, a total number of 298 parking spaces are proposed to be included based on the current plans before the committee today. But I just want to note that, there could be slight changes based on the final site plan architectural drawings. And in terms of your question of how many are actually being proposed to be decreased, under the current site-specific bylaw that was approved in 2022, the building B had required, based on the current plans, 99 parking spaces. That was what would have been required under the site-specific bylaw. And then for Building A, it would have been 166.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Pisani? And are we ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion for approval for this application. I see that Transportation Services has no concern with it, but there are conditions that they request be included. So that would be my motion to approve with the conditions from Transportation Services.
Do I have a seconder for Ms. Casson? Motion?
I will second that. The area is well served by public transit, and I believe that the adjustment is in line with sort of more recent policy specific to, you know, the number of parking rates per unit.
Okay. So we have a seconder. All those in favor? Okay, so that is unanimously passed. And
thank you very much.
we will now move to 14 Manor Haven Road. Which is item number 10. Okay, so is the Ifra here?
I'm online.
Online, okay.
Yes.
So
it's Sarah Ifra. I'm agent for the applicant. The address is 75 Duffelaw Road, Suite 201A, Toronto.
okay, so your purpose of the application is a new 3-story single-family dwelling.
We've made some changes to the application. You should have that with the staff report. I can go through the changes as well, but
Yeah, I probably should do that.
yeah. Okay. So if we scroll down to the, we could look at it this way. We're modifying variance number 2 to 21.58 meters. We're modifying variance number 3 to 20.59 meters. We're modifying variance number 5, 3.70 meters. We have eliminated variance number 6, which is the 3-story. So we will only be 2 stories. We've modified variance number 7 to be 44.65%. And that is the extent of the changes.
So you want to give us a brief presentation then?
Sure, if anyone needs. Okay, so I did send in a letter as a response to our neighbor, because I do note that there were 3 letters of concerned neighbors. One who we tried to get in touch with at 12 Manor Haven, but I included with the packet a response to his, as it was extensive, and I didn't want to spend the committee's time going through that. The most affected neighbor at 3 Rondale, he has actually sent in a revised letter showing their support for our proposal due to the modifications that we did. And I note also there's number 5 Rondale, who actually there's absolutely no effect on her. And again, due to the rear lot line kind of clip, we have a rear yard variance to the breakfast portion. It's not to the entire length, across the back of the house. And then she commented as well on the rear deck, which again is at grade. It doesn't have any effect on her. It doesn't change her sun. It doesn't change really, there's no, it doesn't come closer to her side yard or anything like that. And again, it should be noted, we don't have side yard variances on this property. So in general, if we kind of look at the variances, variance number 1 refers to the front porch. And again, it's just for a little corner because the lot is a bit of a pie shape. So it starts a little narrow at the front. Maybe we could pull up the site plan, or the revised site plan would be the good one. So that, yeah, I think you've got to look for the revised one. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. So the lot is narrow at the front, starts to pie out, and then at the back, we end up on the left-hand side of the plan with a little bit of clip there at the back, where you can see next to where it says lot 150. So had this been on a regular rectangular shaped lot, we wouldn't have had, the issue of the rear yard setback there. Because if you note, the rest of the rear yard is actually, over what's the required rear yard setback for this property. Again, also that overall length and the overall the rear yard setback has to do with that extended breakfast area, and the second floor we've even stepped it up above. So when we look at variance 1, we're just up there in the left hand for that little bit of a corner. When we look at variance 2, that's what we have reduced in the overall length of the house. Variance 3 again refers to the length, but again, it's for that breakfast area, not for the majority of the wall. And if you scroll down to the ground floor plan on this, you can see the various lengths of the house. So it's only for that instant of right there. If you zoom in a little bit, you'll see we're like 17 meters, over 19 meters, and then the furthest point gets to the 20.59 or 21.58. The front yard setback as well, we're on a bit of a curve there. So we have, for the one instant, we've got the 6.69. The majority of the front of the house is actually set back more in keeping with the front yard setback requirement. It should be noted as well that we kind of twisted the existing, layout of the house to address the street a little bit more frontally, but it also aligns with our neighbor at number 12. When we're talking about variance number 5, the rear yard setback, that's where I noted we've actually pulled that in a little bit now. It's just for breakfast room. If you go back to the site plan, you can see the house cascades, and we've got larger rear yard setbacks there as well. Variance number 6, like I said, was eliminated, so it's not 3 stories. In reducing our length slightly, and we pulled a little bit out of the width to accommodate at the neighbor at number 3, we reduced our coverage. Again, it may be a number that's, seems kind of like, 45.65 seems high, but this house is not out of keeping with the other homes in the neighborhood. I don't think it has a negative impact because honestly, it's really, that breakfast area bump out that takes up, a few of that percentage. In terms of variance number 8, we're talking about, again, the platform at the front. You're allowed a certain amount into the front yard setback because we have a front yard setback variance. We've got a variance there, but again, it doesn't have any negative impact. It's a couple steps up from the ground, open front porch. The variance number 9 refers to the back deck. So there, where you're looking, where it says terrace, kind of at the lower part of the drawing. Again, we're a couple steps off the ground. It's a terrace variance that we ask for very often. And again, no negative impact. It's away from the neighbor at number 3. It's away from the neighbor at number 2. So I would feel that all of these variances are in keeping with what has been developed and do support the official plan and the bylaws intentions. Yay, I did it perfectly.
So if we approve this, we would want to tie it to plan, given that it's...
Yes, the staff report, I believe, yeah.
Okay, any questions? There's no one else scheduled to speak. So if there's no questions, then we're probably ready for a motion. Trying to be fair and get an equal number of motions from either side here, so. I think we're doing that.
I'm making eye contact across the way. Mr. Chair, I will motion to approve the application. I did recognize this is a bit of a unique lot in that they are clipped at the rear. So where I was initially, concerned about some of the building depth, I think it makes sense given the application in this case, and just given the building extent of the neighboring properties and I believe it's in keeping with what we see in the immediate area. And I certainly appreciate that the applicant has worked with city staff to amend the application to improve it. So I would like to make a motion to approve subject to, or as amended, I should say, to the staff recommendations noted in the staff report from community planning. So should we mention those, do we need to re-note what the amendments are in the
I think
staff
we can just,
report?
if you're tying it to the staff report, it's to the
Okay.
changes in the staff report.
So here's the staff report from community planning dated October 19th, 2023.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for that motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm just questioning, could we add an addition to that for forestry, conditions for forestry?
You can never go wrong by making it subject to forestry, by the way. Let's see if it's. So is there a forestry report here?
We do have a memo on
yes.
forestry, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, the forestry memo.
Yeah.
So you want to tie it to that as well?
I do, yeah. Standard forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3, as noted in the memorandum from Urban Forestry.
Okay. I think that makes it a little better. We have a date on that. October, that's also
October 19th,
October 19th,
2023.
Okay. All right, so do we have a seconder for that motion?
I second the motion.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. So the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And that would bring us to item 11, which is 43 Page.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Member of the committee, my name is Mehran Haydari, 1090 Dunmeads Road, Unit 506. I'm representing behalf of the owner.
Okay. So what the purpose of this application here is a new dwelling? And you just have the one variance?
Mr. Chair, can I just get you to speak a little closer to the microphone, please?
You just have the one variance? Trying to build a new building at 43 Page, and we have one variance. So
Yeah, we are looking for, I'm going to have the brief presentation. We have the 6 variances. So, and I'm going to remove the variance number 2 regarding the height. Variance number 2, the height, I'm removing this variance.
Mr. Chair, can we just pause this for a moment?
yeah,
Maybe we can pull up the public notice from our end.
It appears the pages on the public hearing notice are out of order. We're missing page 2. So there's, if I'm not mistaken, it's further in the package, page 2 of the hearing notice.
Page 2 is the map, though, isn't it?
I apologize. Page 2 of the hearing notice is further down in the package. It got pushed onto page
532.
Yeah, you'll see it there. 6 variances total.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It's up on the screen.
Okay, so you're going to give us a little presentation on this?
Yes, I'm removing variance number 2, the height variance. Can I continue?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so based on the neighbor's opposition, I met her and I explained the application to her. So what we proposed, it's a minor variance application that is based on the previous application in the last couple of years that is approved. All the variance is consistent with the approved variances. And for her satisfaction, I explained to her the application and I'm removing the variance number 2 because of that. Also, I explained to her about the setback that we have. This property is on the reverse corner lot, what I designed on this property. So I tried to have the building, proposed building is along enough with the house on the south side that is subject opposition neighbor. So, and if you see the application on the site plan, if you can bring the site plan on the screen, I can explain to you on the site plan. It's not clear completely, but if you see the proposed site plan, the building location is a line up with the building on the south on the bottom of the page and the front. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and the front wall and the rear wall is consistent and the continuous and flush with the building on the south. And what we're proposing in the length of the building is 16.10 and existing building is 21.8, and we are improving the site condition with the 5.8 meter from the original building that is on the survey. And I explained to the neighbor that is this design has less negative impact on the neighborhood, and because the reverse corner lot distance from the building on the east is more important for me as a designer, and also having the line up with the neighbor on the south, again, is better for them to have the better view on the street on the north and the Wyoming. So the other variance that we have is very minor, and if you have any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Do you have any questions? Any questions? No?
So there's no objections now, right? It's all settled with the
Well,
neighbors?
ask them that.
Are there, is there any opposition? Is it all settled with the neighbors now? Hello? My question?
Mr. Haydari, did you hear the question?
No, I don't have a question.
No, I have a question. So my question really is, I know that you said that there were some objections by the neighbors and you worked with them. Are there any of them who object now?
We received an email from the city that there is a neighbor's opposition and is on the system. If you, in front of you, the house on the south side, number 41. And I already met them and explained the application for them. And for that reason, after I talked with them, I changing the application and removing variance number 2 for their satisfaction.
I think he's saying the neighbors are in agreement.
So everybody agrees. Okay, good. Thank you.
And also, there is no staff report, and the staff doesn't have any comments on this application.
Would the applicant be able to point out how the omitting that variance affects the elevation drawings specifically? I believe it's for overall height, if I'm not mistaken. So is the intent that the building height is just going to be reduced?
Yeah, the roof part, we're gonna reduce the height of the roof part on the attic, going to be reduced 0.25 meter, almost 10 inches.
So essentially, we're looking at a reduced slope of the roof, or an alteration of the roof specifically to bring down the overall height of the building. Is that fair to say?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Okay.
It does, thank you.
Okay, are we ready for a motion then?
If I can just provide some comments. Are we heading into committee for discussion?
If you want to make some comments first, then we won't go into committee. You have some comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, just the out of order notice. Mr. Chair, you know, I have a little bit of concern with this application, specifically with respect to the variance number 3 and 4. Given that the building, the nature of the building, and that it is essentially, you know, these heights are being employed across, you know, the entire building. And given the kind of scale of the neighborhood, I just have a little bit of concern with respect to the side main wall height. I think it just surpasses the my kind of threshold of comfort here, specifically with respect to the side main wall height, and the sort of massing that the variances would enable. You know, typically when we see variances for side main wall height, they apply to a specific portion of the building. In this case, it is quite extensive, the overall side main wall height across the entire building. I don't see any kind of step down and we are dealing with a flat roof condition. So it just seems like the variance, you know, I unfortunately don't consider to be minor in this case.
Do you want the applicant to comment?
I believe I need to answer the comments. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
So if you bring the side elevation on the screen, I will explain to you the situation that we are here. So this is a corner lot, first of all. Yeah, thank you. So this is the corner lot. So when we have the corner lot side elevation that is facing to a street, we are trying to have the better view for the street view, and also considering the window size, location, and match with the beauty of the street and the perspective of the street that we are passing by. And Based on the bylaw, first of all, this is a slope roof, as not a flat roof. And in the bylaw, when we are talking about side wall and the height of the wall, all the bay window and the porch and the canopy that is on the front or rear, it's considering on the side wall height as well. If you see the roof at the front in this elevation, so in all the way that we have, the projection of the sidewall height is just in the middle part, a small middle part, at top of the tall window in the middle. And the rest that you are looking to the side elevation that is exceeding the soffit line, it's cooperating with the bay window on the back. It's not actually at the face of the building. So this corner lot, it's always have this issue because if you see other application, the committee of adjustment is approved, all the corner lot design is like this, and we have no choice for beauty of the building. We have this kind of a design. For me, if you see the window over there, is not going to the soffit. It's just for the cosmetic things. We have the wall a little bit higher than the soffit. That's it. And if I see on the other elevation on the screen, I will explain to you the other screen as well, other side as well. Yeah, exactly. If you see this one again, so all the window, all the soffit is on the bylaw, and the exceeding part on the side yard is less than 30%. So based on the new bylaw that is approved on the November, we may have the 30% of the sidewall more than 7.5 meter or more than the sidewall height. This is the bylaw, it's a new bylaw. So we don't have the variance for that portion of the building that exceeding the soffit on the right hand of the house, right hand of the elevation. If you see a part that is flat roof and exceeding the soffit, this is less than 30% of the sidewall. And the variance that we have on the zoning notice is just, again, because of the bay window that is in the rear part of the elevation. It's not at the face of the elevation. So if I can answer your comment, so please let me know more question or more explanation.
Rosen, did you need
the clarification helps. I mean, I'll be honest. I want to make sure, you know, I'm understanding the elevation specifically in relation to where the variances are permitting additional height and what is on the elevation an as of right. Or a reduced height. I mean, I'm just looking at the elevation. It's kind of hard to point out where those variances would be permitting the additional height. If I could maybe ask for
maybe if you see the first page, excuse me, if you bring up this first page that is the 3D from the front, you can clearly see why we need the height variance. No, first page. Yeah, exactly. So what we have, you need, if you go to the left and see, yes, exactly. Yeah, you see the sidewall height here? It clearly shows that the only part that is sticking out from the roof is the middle part. The rest is incorporated with the front bay window that is based on the zoning, that it's allowed projection and encouragement to the front yard. So just for the definition of the bylaw, we have the variance for sidewall height in this part.
So just to confirm, on the elevation drawing, bottom of eaves, What is the side main wall height for that portion? I think you have a marker of 179.77 on the, just confirm here, on the south elevation. If we can go to that. There we go. Other side. Yes, so bottom of eaves where we see 179.77. Do we know what the side main wall height is for that section there?
7.82. meters. It's just a foot more than the boiler. The height is from the bottom of the eaves up to the established grade. So bottom of the eaves is 179.77.
Yep.
Minus 171.95. It's 7.82 meters. It's 0.32 meter more than 7.5 meter that is allowed on the bylaw.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Anyone else got questions? No? So then are we ready for a motion? Did you want to make it?
Mr. Chair, I am struggling with this one a little bit. I do have to put a motion to refuse the application, just mainly because I don't want to be approving variances just because, you know, well, it's only a foot. It's only a foot. I think in this case, the application for that variance is essentially driving the height of the entire massing. The front, the back, the sides. And I you know, in just kind of looking at the overall plans, you know, there's almost a 14-foot separation between the first and second floor. And I have nothing against tall ceiling heights, but in a lot of cases where that happens, it's usually isolated to a specific portion or segment of the building. In this case, it's sort of just blanketed across the entire building. So for that reason, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable approving these variances, and I put a motion to refuse the application.
Do you have a seconder for that motion? If I don't get a seconder, the motion dies. Anyone seconding it? Let me ask the agent why the requirement.
Mr. Chair, you're in the middle of a motion.
Sorry?
You're in the middle of a motion.
May I add something that helps in the first motion?
Well, we have the motion on the floor, and we're waiting to see if we have a seconder for it. If we don't get a seconder, then we need a new motion. I'm not seeing anyone seconding it. Ms. Casson, are you seconding? Is Mr. Fazeli?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we don't have a seconder for the motion, so we'll need another motion. Someone else want to propose a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll propose a motion to approve the application, subject to the changes that have been made by the applicant. I'm with the out of order pages, I'm a little confused as to what has changed here. Might need some help from staff on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the agent has removed variance 2.
Thank you.
That's the height from 10 to 10.25?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Is that the only change? I thought there was another one.
I believe that was the only change. The one condition I would put on it is that it's tied to the site plan and elevations for this as applied for, except for the, and I'm not sure if we have revised plans for the height reduction. Do we have revised elevations?
So variance 2 was removed. Do you have an updated plan or elevation?
Okay. So there is no revised plan. So I guess what I could say is they'd be tied to the elevation plans with respect to variance 3 and 4. Because I believe, and the applicant can confirm this, that that would reflect what is being proposed.
Actually, removing the variance number 2 needs to overall height of the building and the roof line be reduced 0.25 meter. And because we made these changes here today, so we don't have the revised elevation, but based on the explanation on the variance number 3 and 4, the zoning examiner clearly prepared the percentage of the exceeding from the bylaw, so from, and all the height number and the percentage is there, and it should be okay with the approved variance on the hearing.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the difficulty of tying it to elevation is we don't have revised plans for that elevation, which might prove problematic.
Okay.
In getting a permit, right?
Correct.
So I'll withdraw that. So it's simply a motion to approve the application, and I don't believe there are forestry comments.
But he is
As amended.
as amended, right?
Correct.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is forestry conditions on this one.
Sorry, it doesn't appear to be part of the package. So if there are forestry conditions, I will add that to the motion to approve.
And I second that.
Yeah, Mr. Fazeli, was that your second?
Yes, I second the motion.
All right, so we have a seconded, duly seconded motion on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? So the motion is carried, but not unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's page. We now move to item 12,
Hello?
which is 939 Eglinton.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Schuman. I'm solicitor for the applicant. My office address is 66 Wellington Street West in Toronto, Suite 5300.
Okay.
This application is a single variance for a reduction in visitor parking. I do have a brief presentation, but if the committee so requires, I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Is this another parking one? And this one only has the one variance?
That's correct, sir.
Make sure we don't have something buried down deeper in the application. Okay. So you're going from 85 to 76 spaces?
Yes, those are the visitor spaces, sir. So it's a reduction of 9. Although the variance is framed in terms of the parking rate.
Okay. Well, I'm sure the comment we heard earlier on Dufferin about transit applies here as well, if the crosstown ever opens. So do we have any questions? There's no one else to speak to it.
Just a question. So just so I understand a little bit more about this application, please. So you're asking for visitor parking to be reduced. You're not asking for resident parking, just visitor parking to be reduced.
That's correct, sir.
Is this, what stage are you at? Like, is this new construction? Where are you at in this current development?
Yes, so this is a master plan redevelopment that was rezoned back in 2017. It's been built out in phases. So there are 3 new residential buildings or mixed use and residential buildings, an existing commercial building that's being retained, a new park and a new road. So this site is under construction.
So there are some buildings as part of this overall site, and this is so there has been some new construction there, and this is an additional new construction that you're talking about.
There was 1 commercial building retained. There are 3 new residential buildings, or primarily residential. They are mixed use. And all the parking is in a shared underground garages.
Yeah. And there hasn't been any objection from any neighbors on this?
We have received no comments, and there were no staff reports.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions then, thanks.
There was a parking study?
Yes, there is a parking study in your file prepared by BA Group.
Okay. All right, any questions? Okay, then we're probably ready for a motion. There's no questions?
Yes, I'd like to forward the motion to approve this application since the explanation of the applicant, and also I believe it satisfies the 4 test. Thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Vazzelli has moved. Do I have a seconder for the motion?
I will second that.
Motion is seconded by Mr. Allison. All those in favor? Okay, so it is passed unanimously. So we move to item 13.
Thank you.
Which is 80 Bayview Ridge. Mr. Pfeiffer, are you here or online?
I'm James Pfeffer from Macco Architects at 95 St. Clair Avenue West in Toronto.
Can you just spell your name, please?
Yeah, it's Pfe,
FFER.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Okay, and I do have some presentation material if someone could bring that up. But to start off with, I'd like to say that I am going to request one change to the variance, which is variance number 6 for height. After discussions with community planning staff, we want to make that 10.7 meters, not 11.71 meters. So that's variance 6 becomes 10.7 meters. And also, I've had a discussion with the neighbor to the east, and we've agreed with that neighbor to ask that the committee, should you approve these variances, apply a condition. And that condition is that the balcony on the eastern side of the house be constructed with a translucent privacy screen along the full length of its eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters. So let me know if you need me to read that again.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes.
Can I have the applicant repeat his changes to variance 6?
So variance 6 for height is going to be 10.7 meters rather than 11.71, and that's in accordance with the staff report.
Can we just confirm that the number?
Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, I was looking for.
Let's refer to the public notice.
Yeah, sorry, it's variance number 1. Variance number 1 becomes 10.7 meters instead of 11.41, my mistake.
$10.7?
10.7, yes.
Okay.
And did you get that condition?
About the translucent.
Privacy screen on the eastern side of the eastern balcony.
The entire eastern side?
The entire eastern side of the eastern balcony, yes.
Is that the same condition in the staff report, or is it?
The staff report asks that the approval be tied to the submitted site plan for length and depth, and we're also happy to accept that condition.
Okay.
So I can just briefly explain the project if you like, if you'd pull up that booklet of supporting material. So you can see in that front elevation there that, we've got a house, which we think, if you're familiar with the neighborhood, this is very much in keeping with both the scale and the style of houses in that neighborhood. So we think it's very much appropriate in that respect. And we've made that roof a little bit shorter to change the variance as staff had requested. If you go to the next page, and if I could ask staff to kind of zoom in a little bit there, this property is a little bit unusual in that it's one of 10 properties in this kind of ellipse, which is created by both Bayview Ridge and Bayview Ridge Crescent. And now zoom out so we can see the whole lot, please. So the properties on that ellipse have really varied sort of front yard setbacks and varied relationship to that, northern property line here. But we think we created a house which is very much in keeping with and preserves the patterns of open space in the front and the back of these properties. Our house is actually, our northern wall is significantly farther south than the northern wall of the existing house.
And our southern front wall, as you can see, is kind of in line with the house on the left. And actually our northern wall is, as you can see, it's actually considerably farther south of the house to the right, which is 88 Bayview Ridge. So we're very much in keeping with patterns of open space. Our house is significantly less long, both above and below grade than the existing house. We feel that what we've done with the massing is quite appropriate for this neighborhood. Now I'm going to compare ourselves particularly to the house on the right-hand side of this image. If you could go to the next page, that's 100 Bayview Ridge, and that was pretty recently approved by this committee. And you'll see that's actually, they had a length variance longer than what we're seeking. They had a height variance more than what we're seeking. And you can see they've got a really long sidewall on their western property line. Our house is long-ish above grade. It's 20 odd meters, but it's very much in keeping with the pattern of the neighborhood. But you'll see we're set back 1.8 meters for the front half of the house, and the back half is actually set back 4.5 meters. So we're further from the side property line and a lot less impactful than that other house right here in this neighborhood that the committee recently approved. And on the next page, you'll see a couple of images of that 100 Bayview Ridge. If you can flip to the next page, you can see it's got a lot of presence on the street. In the top right, you can see that rear wall, which is actually way closer to that northern property line than we are. And you can see that really long two-story sidewall, which is really, I think, probably 1.8 meters from the side property line. So, much more impactful than what we're proposing. On the next page, you'll see this really deep and well-screened backyard. And our house actually goes less far back than the existing house. But on the left, you can see looking back, total landscape screening across the back, to the east, to the west, all of those trees to remain, considerably screening this property from the properties on either side. If you go to the next page, you'll see some of the houses in the immediate context. You can see, the scale of these homes, the high eave line, the high roof line. We're very much in keeping with the context of this neighborhood. And then there's a few more pages. On the next one, you'll see a summary of some of the variances that the committee has approved in this neighborhood. Discuss these with staff. A lot of variances for length, a lot of variances for height. What we're looking for is very much in keeping with both the variances that this committee has approved and with the established character of the neighborhood. So I don't think I have anything else to add, but I'm happy to take any questions. And I'd also just like to take a moment to welcome all the new members of the committee. It's great to see you back in the chairman's role, Mr. Ross.
I don't believe your microphone was on, Mr. Chair.
Can you just summarize the changes you're making, Mr. Pfeffer, by variance number?
Kind of explain what we've done to make the change?
No, I just want to make sure we've got that we know all the changes.
So variance number 1, which was for a height of 11.41 meters, we're making that a height of 10.7 meters.
Right.
So variance number 1, we're reducing the height, and that's in accordance with the staff report. Staff have also requested that a decision of the committee, should you choose to approve it, be tied for length and depth to the site plan that was submitted. And in our discussions on the neighbor to the east, which is 88 Bayview Ridge, we've agreed to ask that this committee apply the condition that the balcony on the eastern side of the house be constructed with a translucent privacy screen along the full length of its eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters.
Okay, has everybody got that? The changes? And those are all from the staff report?
The balcony is not from the staff report. The balcony we got, but everything else is from the staff report.
And the balcony is variance 6?
There is no, there's a, yeah, that's, there's two variances for the balcony. There's the area variance. These balconies are 9.2 rather than 4 meters. And basically they're just kind of following the footprint of the canopy that they sit on top of. Of course, they're centrally located, well screened. Both of them are off bedrooms, require occasional use. And then because there's two, you have variance for the count as well, which is variance 7.
Okay.
So actually it's 5, 6, and 7 because there's each balcony gets its own area variance. So a 7 is the eastern bedroom area variance, I guess.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Can the applicant repeat the last part pertaining to the balcony again on the east side?
Oh, sure. So the condition we're asking for is that the balcony on the eastern side of the house be constructed with a translucent privacy screen along the full length of its eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters. And that request is also in my cover letter. So if you bring up the cover letter, you can see that written out. It's at the bottom of paragraph 4 on the first page.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder to panel members, should you approve this and agree with that condition, you will have to make that as part of your motion.
Okay, do we need any clarifications or panel members clear?
So we need to make, that's not in the staff report, then that's something that's being agreed to by the neighbor and the applicant, so we have to put it in the approval if we approve, just so that it's recorded and subject, a condition of the construction. Is that what
That's correct. If you are okay with that, you can add it as a condition, but it's entirely up to you.
Right, but it's been agreed on by the applicant. The applicant is actually proposing an amendment to the application. We just need to clarify it so that it's part of the record. Is that what you're saying?
If you don't make what he said as part of your motion as a condition, it will not show up on a decision document.
Good, thank you.
We can only record what you verbalize through your motion.
Now, how do we phrase that? I don't know who's going to bring this, but somebody has to phrase it properly, right? Where is that in writing? So
Can we not just say the balcony changes on the floor? We'll put that on the floor.
well, I suppose we could, but then, you know, somehow there has to be a record because it
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the applicant had mentioned that the wording is available on his cover letter.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So who wants to make the?
I'm willing to make it, but I've got to find it to be able to repeat it.
Can we get the cover letter put up now? Do it that way. That might be faster.
Where is the cover letter?
Mr. Chair, just a quick reminder that we do have another speaker online.
Oh. There's another speaker, so we have to hear from the other speaker
Right.
before I make my motion.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we just went to the next page. Sorry about that.
Well, my motion might not happen.
Yeah, I mean,
depending on what the
I'm
other
sorry, I
speaker says.
flipped over to the top of the next page. Okay, so I think we're then, if there's no more questions for Mr. Pfeffer, we should hear from the other speaker, who's Wendy Fish, who's representing.
Hi. Hi, sorry, this is her daughter, Nicole, right now. She just had to step out. Just give me 1 second, okay? Sorry about that.
Can we, while we're waiting for that, we have the cover letter brought up?
Okay, so I've found this cover letter.
Oh, you
and
got it? Okay.
I found it. Again, I'm not making a motion until we've heard from the.
No, I understand that. I just
person,
wanted to make sure.
But I just want some clarification on what is in this cover. Have there been any changes to the cover letter? Is the cover letter in good standing as it's written and submitted to us, or has there been changes since it was submitted? That's my question. I have an October 19th, 2023 cover letter to the committee.
I see I've been unmuted. I'm the applicant, Mr. Pfeffer here. So that cover letter is in good standing. And that condition is the condition that I've discussed with Wendy Fish, who's about to speak. And I'll just mention the language that I've put into the cover letter. It is exactly the same as the language of other conditions I've seen the committee impose, either at the request of applicants, at the request of neighbors, or sometimes in the past I've seen members of the committee ask for a condition, basically very, very similar to this, to address privacy concerns created by a balcony. So this isn't something that we kind of made up. This is language that the committee has used as a condition before, and it's enforceable by Toronto buildings.
Do we have Ms. Fish?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So go ahead. We need you to identify yourself by name and address.
Is Wendy Fish. I reside at 462 Fairlawn Avenue, Toronto. I represent Mrs. Maxine Fish, who is my elderly mother, and she resides at 88 Bayview Ridge, proposed development.
Okay, you ready to go ahead?
Yes, are there questions?
Sorry, can you hear my mom, Wendy Fish?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we cannot.
You cannot. Okay. Well, I have my mom on the phone, so I'll just relay what she just said. My mom is Wendy Fish, Maxine Fish's daughter. She resides at 462 Fairlawn Avenue. And she asked what the questions are.
Well, we were waiting for her to make her feelings known about she wanted to speak. So I don't think we haven't heard her speak yet, so we don't have any questions.
The specific questions have been addressed by Mr. Pfeffer relating to the privacy screening on the balcony.
Okay, the specific questions have been addressed by Mr. Pfeffer relating to the privacy screening on the balcony.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, maybe I could just ask a question. So you're saying you're in support of the application subject to the privacy screen being constructed. Is that what your submission is?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so we would, if we approve it, perhaps put that into the. Okay.
Secondary question is relating to protection of the mature trees along the property line.
The secondary question is relating to the mature trees being protected that are along the property line.
We could certainly make it subject to enforcement.
what did the forestry report say? Are you good enough with the forestry report?
Can I ask the members to please speak into their microphone directly so it's picked up?
Are you good enough with the forestry report? Have you seen the forestry report, and have you had any objection to that forestry report? Can we, in other words, are you going to be satisfied if we make this subject to the forestry report, or do you need something that goes beyond what the forestry report says?
Okay, so the forestry report has some recommendations in it. Looks like the fairly standard conditions about an application permit to injure or remove a city-owned tree, privately owned trees, and a street tree.
The street trees are not, I don't know if they can, well.
So Ms. Fish, have you seen the forestry report? Does that satisfy your concerns?
Have you seen the forestry report? No, she is not.
There is a forestry report, right? It's pretty extensive.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I've got to figure that the forestry people have probably taken into account her.
Mr. Chair, might I suggest maybe the applicant can help answer that question as well? After Ms. Fish has finished her presentation?
Okay, well, we'll let the applicant respond to it, if that's the question. The forestry report, which I'm sure they've seen, addresses those concerns about the border trees, property line trees. So the balcony privacy was one issue which apparently had been successfully addressed. Second one has to do with the forestry condition, and we'll let Mr. Pfeffer, once Ms. Fish is finished, comment as to whether or not.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you to speak into your microphone, please?
Okay, is that better? Is that better? Okay.
I see I, as the applicant here, have been unmuted. Can I just speak to this matter?
Well, there are two issues she's brought up. One I think is satisfied, is the balcony, but the other has to do with the trees on the border between the properties.
So Ms. Fish did mention this in correspondence she sent into the committee, which included photographs of those trees. And when I saw her letter, I sent an email into the committee, and I copied Ms. Fish. And I'm just gonna, I think it addresses the issue pretty clearly, so I'm just gonna read that letter, which I don't see in the committee correspondence, but it was sent in, and it was also sent to Ms. Fish, and it says this. All note that the committee has also received a memo from Urban Forestry requiring that this project make a complete private tree application as a condition of approval. I am confirming with this email that we will be happy to accept such a condition from the committee, which will mean that no variances granted by the committee would be in effect until such an application is submitted. As part of such an application, should there be any impact on the trees at 88 Bayview Ridge, the Municipal Code 813-19.1 requires that, quote, all arborist reports, tree protection plans, landscaping and replanting plans, surveys, and other supporting documentation submitted as part of the application will be provided to the boundary tree co-owners or neighbor tree owner, unquote. In my experience, Urban Forestry will never grant permission for substantial tree injury to a neighbor or boundary tree without the written consent of the affected neighbor. Beyond the above, and this was, I put in my email, and beyond the urban forestry permit requirements, I confirm that it is the owner's intent to make every measure to preserve and protect the neighboring trees and property. I have considerable experience with infill construction in Toronto and have often had to address tree preservation. In this case, proposed new home is significantly set back from 88 Bayview Ridge, and there is more than adequate space within the 80 Bayview Ridge property to protect the trees above grade and with tree protection fencing, and to use shoring if required to limit the extent of excavation to protect the integrity of the 88 Bayview Ridge trees and property. So basically what I tell the members is, and through you, Mr. Chair, forestry wouldn't, absolutely, if you tell us that we need a permit from urban forestry, forestry will simply not let us, you know, substantially injure those trees. And there's no reason to think that this construction will. And I can see that the email is up on the screen. We've put that in writing. And you should be confident that the neighbors' trees won't be negatively impacted by this work.
Ms. Fish, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That answers my question. The primary concern is that the trees are protected and that Mrs. Fish at 88 Bayview Ridge retains her privacy.
Okay, so I think they seem to have addressed both those issues.
If you're ready, Mr. Chair, then I think we've.
Ready for a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. I just need to find that wording again that's in this letter. Both balcony, is this?
Why don't we let staff bring that memo, that letter back up again? If you give us a second, we'll bring up the applicant's cover
I have it
letter.
in front of me. I'm just looking for the specific wording so that we get it right. And it's, you know, an extensive enough letter that I don't want to miss the place.
Oh, it's in the cover letter. I'm telling staff it's in the cover letter. It's the last, yeah, right there.
Which? What page?
Yeah, highlighted, or part of it's highlighted.
Okay, yeah, I see it here. Okay, so here's my motion. So my motion is that we approve the application subject to the staff reports, including planning, forestry, and any others, and also subject to the terms of the letter dated October 19th, submitted to the Committee of Adjustment by the applicant, in particular that the balcony on the eastern side of the house be constructed with a translucent privacy screen along the full length of its eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters. I think I've covered everything.
Okay.
There we go.
I believe there's also an
something else?
amendment to the overall height of
Yes.
amendment to.
So I did refer to
covered?
the entire letter.
Okay.
So I referred to the entire letter. So somebody transcribing this referred to the entire letter, but I particularly made note of the eastern side translucent privacy screen. Everything else in that letter, including the height variance, which I think was articulated in the staff report already, but in case it wasn't, that should be included, although I don't think I need to refer to it specifically because I've referred to this letter. And I think that would have been covered by staff. So I think my wording stands, but do you think I need to fix it?
I believe variance 1, where it's requesting 11.41 meters, has been amended to 10.7. So just want to make sure that that's reflected in.
Okay, well, then I'll be, and in particular that the variance 1 is amended to 10.7, correct? Is that the number?
I believe so, 10.7.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Normally in the member's motion, you would recognize any amendments should you approve the application made by the applicant.
Okay, was that not something that was, I thought that was in the staff report as well, is it not?
In your motion,
No, but
you
I-
should recognize the amendments made on the floor as
Okay.
the applicant has read them out.
And they're all in the letter, okay? So then I will, okay, let me start again. So my motion is that we accept the application subject to the staff reports, particularly including the planning and forestry staff reports, and subject to those terms in the October 19th letter by the 2023 by the applicant's architect to the city, and specifically within that letter that the balcony on the eastern side of the house be constructed with a translucent privacy screen along the full length of the eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters, and further, that the height variance be 10.7 meters, and that the 9.94 main height, and the length variance be 29.97, and the depth variance 35.15, these are in meters, and that the platform variance be 2 and 9.02 square meters, and that the side variance.
Mr. Chair, through you, the member does not need to read out all of the variances, if that's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's not required.
Okay, that's
If
what
you're
I told you
okay,
to
no, I said if
Okay.
you are approving it, you can say as amended, read the change the applicant has made through variance 1,
Okay.
and include any conditions you wish. You don't need to read all of the variances that are being approved.
Okay.
Do you want me to do this again?
No.
Okay.
I think
I think everybody understands what I said.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd really like it if it was formally, if a motion was formally made, so that we can look back on this and confirm for ourselves that the motion was done correctly.
Okay, so let me do it again then. And just so that I'm clear, are you saying that I do not need to mention the translucent screen specifically?
Nope, that's not what I mean. What I mean is you don't need to read the remainder of the variances that are being approved. If you so wish to approve this, you may say you're approving that, you're moving a motion to approve this, subject to the amendment made by the application being variance 1, and I read the change, plus the conditions that are in the staff report, and you may reference them, plus any additional conditions you may feel appropriate, that is the wording in the cover letter by the applicant.
Okay,
All that said, it's entirely up to you.
okay. Here we go.
I'm
going to-
Mr. Lamb, I'm going to have to take a quick 2-minute break.
Okay.
Yes, no problem.
Together.
Do you want to hear it? Does it matter? Okay. So I'm going to bring this motion, and the motion is that we approve subject to the, wait for this.
Sorry, we're just going to take a break while the chair returns.
So where are we, Jordan? Okay. Did he excuse himself? It's a very complex motion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so back to my motion. So I move that we accept the application subject to the conditions outlined in staff reports, including planning staff report, forestry report, and any other reports, and including those conditions in the letter provided by the applicant dated October 19, 2023 to the Committee of Adjustment as amending the application and including a reference. So all those terms in that letter, including the reference to the balcony on the eastern side of the house to be constructed with translucent privacy screen along the full length of its eastern side to a minimum height of 2 meters. I'm not going to re-say it. I don't think I have to.
Okay,
You could
so
see you could see me talking now and hear me. It was the same person.
are we ready for a seconder for the motion? If there is one. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that the modified variance for height was included in that.
The variance 1, height?
Yes.
I thought I heard that.
So just as a clarification, the variance 1 for the height is also included in my motion, and to the extent that it wasn't, it should be, please.
Okay.
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fuseli seconds the motion. All those in favor? You're not in favor of your own motion? Okay. Yes. You should always vote in favor of your own motion, right? Otherwise, you should have made it. Okay, so the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very, very much. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, so that would bring us in, we've heard from everybody on that, to item 14, which is 21 Mayfair. Mr. Di Bartoli, are you here, or virtually, or? The agent for 21 Mayfair? Do we have
Hello?
the agent?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is John Di Bartoli. Sorry, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is John Di Bartoli. I'm the architect for the submission on behalf of the property owner. Fire Services issued a notice of violation on December 14th, 2021 to remove a storage enclosure in the existing parking garage and to construct a fire-rated enclosure to store refuse bins. The refuse bins have been stored in the existing parking garage in the vicinity of the storage enclosure, taking up some of the parking spaces for many years without issue. The refuse bins are wheeled out of the parking garage on collection days for pickup and then brought back to the parking garage. As a result, we're proposing to install a new concrete enclosure in the parking garage to store the refuse bins, which will utilize 4 existing parking spaces. I don't know if I can share my screen. but I can show you, basically this is for a parking variance, right? Let's see. Even though we're reducing the total number of parking spaces from 158 to 154, we are still 8 parking spaces over the required number of spaces. There's 146 parking spaces are required, and we'll have 154. We've also reviewed the site to see if there's any possible locations to store the refuse bins, but all of the areas are filled with mature landscaping and limited paved areas that are restricted by vehicular traffic. So there's no surface parking in this building. It's all underground. And again, we're proposing to remove or utilize 4 of the parking spaces in the parking garage for these storage bins. So we're asking the committee to, if they can approve the minor variance to permit the construction of the refuse enclosure in the parking garage to comply with fire services.
Okay, I've just been informed there's a late transportation report that came in, and which I think staff's going to put up on the screen.
Yes, I was preparing a response to that, and then my response was basically that I did look at the, we did look at the rest of the site to see if there is another location that we could utilize, but it's just not possible. There's just vegetation everywhere on the site. It's all mature trees and that, and there's really no spot to put an area for these refuse bins without, doing major landscape overhaul.
Is that the full transportation report that's up?
That's the one I received.
Yeah, can you zoom it a little bit? So you have received it?
I have received it. I was preparing, I received it just the other day, to be honest with you, but I was preparing a response to Luigi Nicolucci, just explaining that, we've looked at the site and we can't really, but there's no other spot we can put this in. And they're currently being stored in the parking garage as it is right now. And we understand that we are in conflict of the bylaw with the reduction in parking spaces, but when we do a grand total of all our parking spaces, we're still over the required amount. So we're trying to do 2 things. One is to abide by, or to accommodate really this infraction from fire services that they want us to enclose these garbage bins in the parking garage in an enclosure. But unfortunately, it takes up 4 spaces.
Can you just read me the conclusion on the screen? Okay, zoom it, fine. So what would be accomplished by a deferral? You say you've already looked into this and can't do anything?
No, I don't think a deferral will really do anything, because we've already reviewed the site to see if we could find another spot for it on above grade, and there's really no spot for it. I can show you the site on the screen, and if you want, but again, we've already reviewed it. There's not much we can do here.
Have you told transportation that?
I was preparing something today to send to them.
Comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a question to the applicant. Did you say that the parking required, the reduction in parking still meets the bylaw in terms of parking requirement, the overall bylaw?
In terms of total parking spaces, where it gets more dissected is the visitor and tenant parking. Like right now, we've got 146 existing resident parking, and we have 12 visitor parking. And this is all within the parking garage. And where we want to do is we want to move. We want to reduce the resident parking by 9 and move it over to the visitor parking. But again, the grand total, like in terms of overall parking combined with the two, we are still 8 spaces over the total required parking. I was told that you can't kind of pick and choose and move the parking around from visitor to resident. But again, in the grand scheme of things, we're still over the total parking count. Our hands are kind of tied because fire department wants us to put this enclosure in, and the only spot we can put it in is the parking garage and take up the 4 spaces.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so just question to the applicant, given that there's been a negative report from transportation and asking for a deferral, and given that you haven't spoken or addressed that directly with them, wouldn't it be fair for you to just agree to do a deferral now and try to work it out with them? Because transportation service is pretty rigorous and careful and thought out, and they're expressing concerns. So why won't you just try to deal with them first?
That's fine. Will that require another committee hearing though then?
Well, I suppose it would, but otherwise there's a pretty good chance you might get refused here, and it may be to your advantage to try to work things out with them. Like if you just defer it, if you agree to withdraw it and defer it, then we don't have to refuse you. You can talk with them, and then you can bring it back when you've got it all worked out.
I understand. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It seems like a good compromise.
Okay. Well, I'll send the response letter to transportation and get their opinion on that, and then go from there, I guess.
Yeah, well, if we're going to defer, we need to have a motion.
All right, so I'll move to defer this matter until it can be brought back after consultation between the applicant and transportation services.
So do I have a seconder for that motion to defer?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so moved to defer to give them an opportunity to review with transportation services, try and resolve the issue. All those in favor? Okay, so it is unanimously deferred.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
So we have the last one of the morning, which is item 15, which is 88 JEDBURGH Drive. And
Mr. Chairman, as well as the committee members, thanks for saving the best to the last. And my name is BAYVIEW, and I'm the owner of 88 JEDBURGH Road, Toronto, Ontario, M5M3J9. Would you still like me to do the presentation?
what did you say? Yeah, I think we should have a presentation.
Okay, sure. Then I will get started. So, dear committee of adjustment members, thanks so much for your service to the city and for giving me the opportunity to present my application. We have made 2 requests in our application for consideration. First, we'd like to ask for an increase of FSI from 0.803, which was previously approved by the city, to 0.99. There has been several precedents in this neighborhood to increase in FSI due to the general small lot sizes in the area, including most recently the approval of minor variance application at 60 Cranbrook Avenue, which is less than 100 meters away from our house. And this happened on August 10th, 2023, for an FSI of 1.00 times. There are also quite a few other houses within the 500-meter radius with FSI higher than what we are requesting and were approved by the Committee of Adjustment over the years, which I would be happy to list them out to the committee members if required. On the second request, it was for the backyard setback. We feel the request is justified due to the following reasons. One, our lot size is small at 32 by 64.5 feet, and is perpendicularly positioned to the rest of the houses on the street block, with a planned addition built on the back of the existing structure facing west, which does not directly face any existing buildings in the entire block. The proposed addition also will not increase the height of the house. As such, we do not believe the sunlight currently enjoyed by our neighbors would be noticeably affected. Number two, the depth of the house, together with the proposed addition, would be 15.11 meter, which is in line with the neighborhood and less than the 17-meter depths previously requested by the city to have a 7.5-meter setback. And the specific rule I was referring to was in the bylaw of 438-86, section 6.3, part 2, 3B, part 2. The rear setback after the proposed addition is built would be 2.771 meter, which is more than the 0.9 meter setback that the city has previously recommended for the portion of the building with less than 17.0 meters. Thirdly, the proposed addition will be built above grade, with the first floor of the addition approximately 2.2 meters above grade and supported by 4 columns extended to the ground. In order to minimize excavation to the existing soil and ensure permeability of rainwater. The addition will also not add any home water usage that may increase the burden to the city wastewater system. And 4, as the proposed addition is facing west, we will install curtains on the window with the expectation that it will be lowered for the most part of the day. This will help to ensure the privacy of our neighbors that are well respected. First, I would just want to mention the owner of the house whose backyard is adjacent from the rear side of our backyard has sent the Committee of Adjustment an email, and in the email it was specifically mentioned that she's in support of the addition as per her correspondence to the city dated October 19th of 2023. As such, we believe the variance is minor and we will maintain the general intent and purposes of the city's official plan and zoning bylaw, and would hope the committee members could consider approving the application. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thanks a lot again for your time.
Did you say something about the rear neighbor, who's probably the one who's most impacted?
Yes, that is correct, yes. And she did send an email to the city on October 19th, 2023.
Can we clarify the address?
Sure, my address is
of
88 JEDBURGH
apologize,
Road.
of the neighbor we're discussing.
Hers should be, I believe, 110 Woburn, either 100 or 110 Woburn. Let me just triple check to make sure. Just waiting for this to open up. Yes, 110 Woburn Avenue. It was marked as a correspondence. Yeah.
Did we actually get the address of that neighbor?
I believe so. 100 or 110. I mean, there's a site plan there with the two addresses.
Yes. Yeah, this is the one, yes.
Because we do have another speaker on this.
Sure.
Are there any questions before we go to the next speaker? Listed as Richard Ellen on Cranbrook, 99 Cranbrook. Mr. Ellen here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I was told that my camera would come on, but it has not. So you can hear me though. Yeah, I will.
You just cut out, I think.
And it's very, very difficult. To hear, and I had a hard time hearing the presentation, but thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak. I am at Richard Ellen, 99 Cranbrook Avenue, and my rear of my house, my bedroom and my kitchen faces south and faces the rear garden of the property in question. And I lived through the construction of this house, the house south of it, and the house next to it, and also the rear property of 110, and then the one next to it, 112, Woburn. These were all built, new built since I lived here. When I moved in, those properties were green. They had many trees. They had lawns, and now they are all cement and concrete. Okay, so here I go. Regarding the application for variances, the first one, they're asking the floor space index, which they have at the moment at 0.80, which they must have applied for a variance just to build the house. Now they want to go up to 0.99 something, which is outrageous. Earlier in this meeting today, your chair said it seems like too much house for too little land.
Well,
and I will say that
actually,
again.
with respect, sir, I said that becomes the question. I didn't say it was.
Yeah, it's a question. It's 67% greater than the area allowed by the bylaw. It's obvious. The next one, the rear yard setback of the existing house complies with the bylaw, but now they are proposing a whopping reduction in rear setback to 2.7 meters, which will basically not allow anything to grow between the building and the fence line, which will even more reduce the so-called greenery. The current owners, over the years they've owned the property, have eliminated every single plant in their back garden. They have, unfortunately, not their cause, but they lost a mature maple tree, which was at least 15 inches in diameter, right on their rear property line. I do not know, they lost it because of storm damage, and then had the tree removed, except for the trunk, which still stands there at the property line. I do not know if that tree was in a protected zone by the city and would have to be replaced, but its crown was rather huge. And now that tree, like every other living thing on the property in the back, is gone. So I don't know whether you need, before you approve, a report from the forestry people about that tree, because the tree trunk is still there. And if you allow the addition to be built, nothing will be able to grow there. The other thing is that this is a two-story, and I'm assuming that since they're not asking for a variance in height, it is not going above their roof line, which is already a very tall and very sloped roof. But from the description, it's unclear whether the 2 stories will include the ground level plus the first floor, or the ground level plus floor 1 and floor 2, which will bring it up equal to the roof line of the existing house. Okay, so there are no elevations that came with the plan, so I can't see from my end, and the committee can't see what the style of the addition is being planned, but I'm assuming that there are no other variances that need to be applied for. Okay, that's my comments on the house, and I'm going to make a few other comments on what was provided to us. And this is for your staff.
Wrap up if you look at the timer, please.
Yeah, I've been waiting since 9:30 this morning, sir. I want to comment that the map that your staff sent out showing the existing houses is at least 8 years old. That the house next door, shown as one in the back of their house, shown as 110 and 112 Woburn, are actually 2 detached houses, and they have, one of them has a single garage and the other one has a double garage, which are not shown on the map. And I'm saying this just because these houses have also taken out almost all of the greenery and living structure. There's also no land to absorb moisture. And in the plan that is put in, there's no soft space so that any water will run out into the laneway probably and into the storm sewer. So the city has to deal with that. The map is also wrong in my neighboring house to my west, 103, which was knocked over and rebuilt and comes out way further south with a rear setback that's equivalent to my neighbor's garage, the neighbor at 94 JEDBURGH. Anyway, that's what I have to say. It would be nice in sending us information if the maps were current. And I think that the proposed addition goes so far over the bylaw variances that I would recommend rejecting it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to hear from some rebuttal from the owner. Mr. Zhu? The applicant wish to rebut the neighbor's concerns? Is the applicant here or online? I don't hear the applicant to rebut the neighbor's concerns. Staff, is there a problem with the connection?
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
What was that?
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Here we go.
Yeah, I think we can hear you now. Try again.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, I guess first and foremost, we'd like to thank our neighbor for writing to the, for expressing his concern to the committee on the minor variance application. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to address his concerns. We would like to respectfully present the following information for consideration. Regarding the first point that the neighbor has raised, which is on the FSI increase. that was mentioned as outrageous. We would like to respectfully point out, as mentioned during our presentation, that several houses around the area have, in the past, applied and approved for higher FSI than what we are applying for, including most recently 60 Cranbrook Avenue, which is less than 100 meters away from our house, for 1.00 times of FSI on August 10th this year, and with no objection from neighbors, as well as 251 Cranbrook Avenue at 1.155 times on May 11th this year. In fact, there is at least half a dozen approved minor variances in the 500-meter radius of our property with FSI greater or equals to 1. I would be happy to share the dates, file numbers, and addresses of those minor variance applications to the committee members and our concerned neighbor for reference if needed. Now, the second issue that was raised by him was on the tree. We would like to respectfully point out that the tree was actually damaged during a rainstorm, and we have the forestry come here, and they have we have the arborist report at the time, and also the urban forestry here to inspect the site when we submitted in our minor variance application. I guess the urban forestry staff basically told us, yes, this tree is good to go, and they don't have any objection on the on the condition of the because it is already there. So yeah. And I guess last but not least, I guess, I just want to respectfully point out that we are not the first owner. The house was constructed in 27, but we bought it in 2020. So I'm sorry that the neighbor has to suffer through the construction noises all around. But basically that's not something that we could have control. Oh, and one more point on the just for clarity on the elevation. Basically, if you look at the second plan PowerPoint on page 7, the 17-page PowerPoint. So, sorry, the PDF, 17-page PDF. If you look at page 7, there is a very clear drawing showing that how the addition will not increase. I repeat, will not increase the existing height of the house. And in fact, it will be lower than the existing height of the current structure. And also, because we really want to make sure, our neighbors could be, could have the least impact during the construction. We actually decided not to go with the cheapest way, but to go with, to have the 4 columns built so that to minimize the change to the existing backyard. Finally, I just want to emphasize that the reason for us building it is not to have anything extravagant. We simply would like to have a bit more space to play and study for my daughter and her future younger siblings down the road, as well as a bit more workspace to allow both me and my wife to be able to work from home and join a work conference call at the same time without having to hold our laptops or run to another floor. We moved to this beautiful and friendly neighborhood in 2020. It is where our small family of 2 became a family of 3, with hopefully more down the road. When considering various options, again, I just want to reiterate, we did not go with the first option, but instead asked for the option that we believe would cause least impact to our neighbors. I do hope this addressed his concern, and once again, thanks to the committee members for giving me the opportunity to address his concern. Thank you.
Okay, we got any questions?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. So just a question for the applicant. I just looking through the staff, I didn't see any staff report. Was there a staff report issued? Was there any objection?
I don't believe there is staff report being issued, and therefore I don't think there is any objection from the city staff.
Okay. Are there any other?
And there's no report issued by the urban forestry because the tree the only tree that that was on the site was already dead over a year ago.
If I'm the only one, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll just make a motion.
Yeah, there's no staff report.
No staff report, okay, so I'll make a motion to.
Unless there was a late one, let me just double check.
Is there a late staff report on this?
No.
No staff report? No staff report. I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? No seconder for that motion, the motion is aye. We need a motion.
I'll jump in. This is a bit of a challenging one because you look at the kind of overall kind of broader site plan of the area, and it is a bit of an unusual lot, right? We're dealing with here. I mean, the typical lot in this neighborhood, they are of a certain size. To a certain extent, this one, you know, is kind of more akin to what you would expect of a garden suite or a coach house in the way that it cuts into lots at the back. And I certainly can appreciate comments about the removal of landscaping at the rear. I mean, this is I think a problem across the city where applications go through and then they kind of fall short on the building construction stage where, you know, perhaps Toronto Building just doesn't recognize that, you know, they're not maintaining soft landscaping at the rear. So I do have a little bit of concern with the application with respect to the fact that it is a bit of a unique lot and it doesn't, it is a bit sensitive in that it does, the lot itself sort of interjects between, you know, other lots that are fronting the streets on kind of both sides. That said, I think at this time I'm just not comfortable with the variances that are being asked for today. I think they're where there is intensification. I just think we have to be, you know, extra sensitive in this case, just given the condition of the lot itself. So on that note, I'll put a motion forward to refuse the application.
I will second that.
Okay, seconded. All those in favor? So the application is refused.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that concludes the morning session, which has spilled a little bit to the afternoon. So, Mr. Lamb, what time should we reconvene to start the afternoon session?
Mr. Chair, that's totally up to you.
And then I'll ask the panel.